Please ring the bell. Good morning, councillors. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Take your seats so that you can be able to count. Thank you, councillors. Honorable alderwomen, aldermen and councillors, due notice was given on this council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence and prayer or meditation, please. Can we all sit down and observe the moment of silence and prayer? Thank you. I worship the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangwe and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and public. I welcome you to this council meeting. Honorable councillors, for the purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from the council meeting is concerned. I will now call upon the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
No, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Councillor R.S., D.A. sick leave. Councillor F. Smith, D.A. leave. Councillor E. Nell, D.A. sick leave. Alderman J. Deploy, D.A. sick leave. Alderwoman K. Matebe, D.A. study leave. Councillor T. Fosi, sick leave. Alderman P. Satan, D.A. sick leave. Councillor B.H.J. Erasmus, FF Plus, family responsibility leave. Councillor H. Hafan, Action SA, family responsibility leave. Councillor Mabaso, ANC study leave. Honorable Speaker, councillors who arranged to arrive late. Councillor V.P. Mudise, ANC 11 hour. Councillor T. Tabeta, ANC 14 hour. Councillor O. Mashiane, ANC 13 hour. Councillor Z. Stumo, ANC 13 hour. Councillor M. Sejan, FF Plus 11 hour. Honorable Speaker, I've got councillors who arranged to leave early. I've got Alderman C. Brink, DA 17 hour. Councillor A. Mittelbeck, RCT 17 hour. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notice, there are none. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to make sure that W. Jacobs, Wesley Jacobs, Councillor Jacobs is not here today and has sent in a leave application for approval. And Alderman Tennyson also arranged to arrive late and was also sent in time for council meeting.
So, sorry, Councillor, have you submitted the leave? Is it a yes? Yes. Okay. Chief Whip, I think you'll have to look at that. They said they've submitted their leave. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah. Speaker, I didn't hear the leave of Councillor Mabowan. It's a female responsibility. Can you please note it? And then it's already being facilitated with the office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the Chief Whip is noting that. Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, there is another issue which I believe we lost each other in terms of communication with the Office of the Chief Whip, that the EFF caucus has requested to leave at 1 o'clock due to party commitments. We have a very big march, and everyone here is invited who is interested in justice. Thank you very much.
Chief Whip, I think it will be helpful if you can assist on the confirmation of the issues that are raised now. the one of the FF Plus, the EFF, and the one of that was raised by Councillor Desulwan. Can you please make sure you confirm everything with us? Because they are saying they've submitted their leaves. Thank you. Then can we then continue? Honorable Councillors, late but urgent report for submission to the Council meeting of 27th November 2025. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 2 of our agenda are received from the Leader of the Executive on the 21st November 2025 and delivered to your SharePoint on the 21st November 2025. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak on these reports when she submits them to us today. Reports allowed by the Speaker at his discretion in terms of Section 81K of the Rules and Orders. Honourable Councillors, Section 81K of the Rules and Orders provide for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report and snap debate under the Section 81 of Rules and Orders. Office of the Chief Whip and the Office of the Speaker. We will get to these reports towards the end of the agenda and will advance the snap debate to be dealt with at this stage. The snap debate Honourable Councillors, the 16 days of activism in an international campaign to end violence against women and girls that runs annually from 21st November to 10th December. The campaign aims to raise awareness, call for action, and the gender-based violence through various initiatives by governments, organizations, and individuals. This year, theme of the campaign is Unite the End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. Honourable Councillors, I have received a request from the Multi-Party Women Caucus for a snap debate on 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, and I have allowed such request. Honourable Councillors, I've also, in observation of this campaign, invited Miss Michaela Warinka, Miss Africa 2024-2025, to address Council on gender-based violence and all related issues. She is accompanied by Alice Quinda and Denga Madigizela, the founders of Power Girl Foundation, who empower women and children from vulnerable communities. The Office of the Speaker has been in partnership with the Foundation for Support of Women and Children in Tshwane during the 16 days campaign. We will first start with the address by Ms. Warika. My apologies if I don't announce it properly. And thereafter, in accordance with the list of the speakers provided by the Office of the Chief Whip, in terms of Section 33.3 of the Rules and Orders, gave opportunity to councillors to participate in the debate. I will now call on Ms. Warika to approach the podium and address us. Ms. Warika.
You're a lot more intimidating from this side. Good morning, everybody. Speaker, please pardon my lack of knowledge.
Councillors, please. Thank you.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, leaders of the City of Excellence, I pray that this moment becomes a divine intersection between all that you have been and all that you are yet to become. I pray that your ears are closed to what you're not supposed to hear and that your eyes be blinded to what you're not supposed to see. And may you leave carrying a message that was crafted precisely for you. I stand here on behalf of Africa, carrying the weight of her voice and the urgency of her truth. Let us please agree that all protocols have been observed. Today, I have been tasked to hold space, to lay one building block in the larger truth of gender-based violence. GBV sits on my table like a universal design flaw to be rectified. A concept I must engage not just as a leader, but as a participant in the unfolding story of time. Gender-based violence speaks of acts rooted in distorted power dynamics, gender, age, sexuality, social positions. It grows from the assumptions tied to the vehicle that my soul has been tasked to inhabit. But it does not grant you permission to disrespect or disregard me because of my gender. Without the flowers, the garden is simply called soil. We call it gender-based violence, but the truth is it is power-based violence. GBV dares to ask the question, what is it you do when gifted with power? When you hold the development, the thoughts, the growth of another life in your hands, where is it that you choose to lead them, and what is it that you choose to guide them to become? How is it that you pave the way for those who followed after you? Gender-based violence is not about hatred towards gender parts or norms. It is about the misuse of power, using the language of gender as a weapon. We call it GBV because we like our big horrors packaged into small phrases. And as much as 16 Days of Activism seeks to protect women and children, I invite you to see the deeper spiritual meaning. These 16 days are not about victims. It is a mirror held up to leadership to review their own personal principles, values, and standpoints. Gender-based violence is utilizing the stigmas, discourses, and paradigms that surrounds the gender that accompanies our individual beings, in order to manipulate, facilitate, coordinate intentionally without prior discussion someone based lower in the power dynamic than you. Recently at a school talk, I was informed by a 10-ish-year-old boy that he will just have a lot of babies and live off of SASSA grants. I used to think that this was a lie. Now I understand that somewhere some little girl is dreaming up dreams just to have them crushed by a young man who wants to breed for his own leisure. Gender-based violence takes on so many forms, and sometimes it's so much more than physical. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, we have built a nation where women calculate safety like weather forecasts, checking, anticipating storms, preparing for impact. We have normalized fear as though it were a cultural inheritance, and worse, we have raised our daughters to accommodate danger instead of teaching our sons not to become it. Behind the letters GBV, there are faces, lives, moments, humanity. We stare at images of bruised bodies and dub it GBV, but do not misunderstand. The result of power misused does not define the limits of who we are. It merely reveals the urgency of what must change. GBV stands as evidence that our silence creates casualties long before violence ever does, evidence that discrimination unchecked compounds into generational hesitation and lost potential, evidence that our country cannot afford to ignore. We may not be able to undo centuries of culturalism, but the disrespect of the vulnerable is not a cultural issue. That's power. Out of control. Violence thrives where leadership is absent. And I stand here as a symbol of what can happen when a nation misuses power on the bodies and spirits of its daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, always remember that hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned. And a nation that ignores its wounded burns far faster. I thank every moment that shaped all of us into getting here. The patriarchs, the colonists, the narcissists, and the gaslighters do, for fanning the flames and keeping alive what burns within me. Councillors of the city, on behalf of an entire continent, I thank you for your service, I honor you for your leadership, and I pray for your continued obedience to the divine will that has carried you here. In honor of the 16 days of activism, I remind you, if you wish to cultivate anything in this country, cultivate the fruits of the Spirit, because our country is hungry, and every great tree begins with self-control. So let us no longer fixate on the problem, let us turn inward and reconnect to the power that has carried us here. And from the posts we hold, may we gain clarity on the narrative that we are meant to steward. A narrative of peace, power, reconciliation, and justice in its most merciful forms. GBV is a global issue, rooted in a lack of education and rooted in the lack of education on the concept of disrespect. And if we truly believe in Ubuntu, then GBV forces us to ask the philosophical question, why would we disrespect the parts of ourselves we deem weaker? So let the record show, today in this room we refused. We refused to remain spectators, and we chose action over excuses. Here at the heart of Africa, in Mzansi, here in the place of gold, I stand as Africa reminding you, Tswane, we are one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may, before we can continue with our debate, which I think I will release Miss Africa after all parties have participated in the debate that has been asked by multi-party caucus. If I may, Executive Mayor and the Miss Africa, and we've got the legal miss there, if they can all have an opportunity to have a picture with you, Executive Mayor, I'll be very happy if you can give me that opportunity now. Yes. Can I allow the Miss Africa and Miss Tin? Is it Miss Tin or Miss Mamelodi? I don't know whether there is a Miss there. Can then allow the Miss Cosset? Yeah. Can you please? My apologies. You take a picture with the Executive Mayor, and I'd like to also invite the MMC of Health to join the Executive Mayor on the picture. Thank you very much. Can I allow someone to take pictures for them? Please show them where to stand. The Chairperson of Social Development also can join. I don't want to call everyone. Emmanuel, Chairman of the Women Caucus, please join in. Chairperson of Women Caucus, please join the picture. Who?
Foundation.
Hamba mbobafaka. Thank you very much. Yeah, they can take a seat here. Then after the debate, they can leave. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ms. Warika, for your insightful address. You are now going to join us on the snap debate by sitting there and listening to the councillors when they are debating the GBV. Honourable councillors, we are now proceeding with the snap debate as requested by the Multi-Party Women Caucus, and I will now call upon the following councillors in accordance with the list provided by the Office of the Chief Whip. Councillor Rakabe from the ANC, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's a very sensitive topic.
Go ahead. Can you please be quiet, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Indeed, today, Speaker, we gather here in solidarity to mark the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. Speaker, a period that is dedicated to raising awareness, advocating for change, reaffirming our commitment to ending the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. As a male member of this council, I stand here not only to speak about the magnitude of the problem, but also to emphasize the urgent need, Speaker, for collective action, accountability, and societal transformation. Speaker, globally and locally, the statistics paint a painful picture. According to recent reports from the World Health Organization, about 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced physical or sexual violence, most often by intimate partners, Speaker. In South Africa only, the situation is even more dire. The South African Police Service 2024 report indicates that a woman is murdered every 2 or 3 hours. A femicide case has surged up by approximately 45% over the past decade. The National Institute for Crime Prevention and Reintegration of Offenders, NICRO, Speaker, reports that gender-based violence accounts for nearly 50% of all violent crimes committed in the country. These figures, Speaker, threaten the very fabric of our society and violate the basic human rights of our women and children. Recently, the grim reality has been acknowledged by the highest office in the land. A few days ago, our South African President, the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, explicitly declared gender-based violence and femicide as a national crisis. His acknowledgement underscores the gravity of the problem and signals a call for action to all sectors of government, civil society, and ordinary citizens. Speaker, the President's declaration is crucial because it shifts the narrative from viewing GBV as a private issue to recognizing it as a matter of national concern, prompting the mobilization of resources and legislative efforts to combat this scourge, Speaker. Speaker, as a man, I believe it's imperative to acknowledge our role in either perpetuating or challenging this cycle of violence. Men are often perceived as both perpetrators and potential allies in the fight against GBV. It is crucial that men and boys become active participants in ending violence through education, advocacy, and by setting positive examples. It's vital for us to challenge the toxic masculinity that equates.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your 3 minutes is up. Now I'd like to call Councillor or Alderwoman D. Silowa from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. To be born a woman is to be born a crime. This is the reality, as our bodies are crime scenes. Women only matter when they are dead. That is because that's when our names are known. That is when we are hashtags, and that is when our stories are told. It is not just about 16 days, but it's about 365 days of awareness. 12 women are killed every day in this country. The men of this country have launched a war on the female body. They justify it by saying that she was dressed inappropriately. She's a gold digger. Why was she out late? What was she doing there? What about women who were fully dressed? What about women in their homes? What about women who went to work or the post office? They are not exempted from gender-based violence. So the issue is clearly with not how women carry themselves. The problem in our society are men that see women as commodities and possessions. It is the catcalling, it is the bragging that they have conquered our bodies. It is the inappropriate touches when they hug us. It is perpetuated by a culture set in a man's world. Men say, not in their name. They make speeches in support. They condemn each other publicly, sometimes. But they are perpetrators in private. The fact is, the crime stats are only speaking of women who had the courage to stand up and go report a crime. The criminal justice system favors the man with low conviction rates. If men really wanted to fight gender-based violence with us as women, they would not only talk about it, and they would not only reflect on their own high suicide rate into gaslighting us into the fact that there is a serious crisis in this country. They would go to therapy. They would go to support groups. They would go to gender sensitivity training. And most importantly, they would also be active parents in society instead of running away from responsibility. We can only build an inclusive society that fights gender-based violence when they take an active role in self-rectifying. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Please switch off your mic. Switch off your mic, Councillor. Councillor Silowa, please. Thank you. May I then call Councillor B. Rasweswe from EFF, and your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Rasweswe, are you here? Then press the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today we gather not only to debate policies, but to mourn lives tragically taken from us. We gather to acknowledge the pain felt by women and girls across our communities and to commit ourselves to action. Gender-based violence is destroying families, stealing futures, weakening the hope of our city. I speak today on behalf of voices that can no longer speak for themselves, on behalf of mothers who will never again hold their children, on behalf of children who will never again see their mother smile, and on behalf of the families of Tshwane who continue to carry the heavy burden of loss. Recently in Mamelodi, 2 young girls were brutally murdered. They were still children, full of dreams with their whole future ahead of them. Their death has shaken our city to its core. They were not protected, and those who should have cared for them failed them. But those 2 girls are not the only one. They represent a long list of mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends whose lives have been taken by gender-based violence. Across Tshwane, too many women have died from gunshots, stabbing, beatings, and other violent acts. These tragedies are not happening far away. They are happening here, in our home, our school, our streets, and our neighborhood. We cannot be silent. We cannot look away. We cannot allow fear to become normal for the women and girls of this city. Today I stand before you to say we will act with urgency, courage and compassion. To the families of the 2 young girls in Mamelodi and all those who lost their loved ones, we honor you, we grieve with you. We promise that their life will not be forgotten. Their stories will push us to create real changes. Councillor, when we wear black with a touch of purple, as requested by the multi-women caucus, it must mean something. Black represents mourning, purple represents courage. Together, they remind us that we carry a responsibility to protect every woman and girl in Tshwane. But symbols alone are not enough. We must pair them with action. Today, I propose the following steps. 1, a citywide state of vigilance where every department prioritizes GBV prevention, response and support, dedicated funding for safe transport option, improve street lights and community patrols in high-risking area, monthly safe spaces in every school offering counseling, peer support and GBV education for young girls, strict enforcement and faster prosecution of GBV cases with outcome reported publicly for transparency, a wide city GBV task team made up of social workers, NGOs.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move then to Councillor J. Matabete from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press once, please.
When silence becomes violence, I stand here not to defend men, not to excuse men, but to confront the truth about GBV. Gender-based violence is not a women's issue. It is a men's issue. It is our issue. Because it is men who commit the violence, and it must be men who take responsibility for ending GBV. Let us not stop pretending that GBV is happening somewhere else. It is happening in Mamelodi, in Soshanguve, in Harankuwa, in Atteridgeville, in Hammanskraal, in Macau. It is happening in Davidson. It is happening in Vosloorus. It is happening in Buipatong, Mahikeng, Ditsobotla, and many other areas. It is also happening right here in the heart of Tshwane. A woman in Soshanguve will go to bed tonight praying that the man she lives with will not turn her into a nightmare. A child in Mamelodi will pretend to sleep as he listens to his mother being beaten. A young woman in Atteridgeville will think twice before walking to the shops, not because she fears criminals, but because she fears men. And while this happens outside, inside this chamber, we debate, we plan, we argue, but often we remain silent about the violence that is stealing the soul of this city. Honorable Speaker, Tshwane cannot call itself a capital city while women live in fear. A city is not defined by buildings or budgets, but by the safety and dignity of its people. And right now, Tshwane is failing its women. Let us confront the truth, the uncomfortable truth. GBV thrives where men protect each other more than they protect women. It thrives where leaders downplay abuse because it is politically inconvenient. It thrives where silence is easier than accountability. As men in leadership, we cannot pretend we do not see what is happening. We cannot speak of service delivery when some households are delivering pain, trauma, fear every single night. Fellow councillors, I say this with full honesty and with tears in my eyes. If we do nothing, then we are not neutral. We are complicit. Tshwane needs leaders with courage. The world needs leaders with courage. South Africa needs leaders with courage. Leaders who will call out their friends, their comrades, their colleagues. Leaders who will refuse to hide abusers behind party loyalty. Leaders who understand that GBV is not a moral debate. It is a life and death struggle. If you ever ignored a woman's cry for help, if you've ever dismissed a domestic issue as none of your business, it would never happen again. If you have ever laughed at violence disguised as a joke, then today I want you to understand your silence is part of GBV. We need more than awareness campaigns. We need action, real, uncomfortable, uncompromising action. Let this council be remembered as a leadership that said.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move to Councillor Anima Ringspark from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
There you are. Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank you for your powerful speech, Miss South Africa. May your words fall on ears far and wide. GBV is rooted in spiritual dissonance. We need to get back to biblical values and principles in our lives. In South Africa, every 2 hours, a woman is murdered, often by a man she loves, trusts, and once called home. That's 15 lives stolen daily, with femicide rates 5 times the global average. In the first quarter of 2025 alone, 137 women were killed and over 1,000 raped as our streets echo with the cries of the unheard. This isn't a distant nightmare. It is the brutal reality of gender-based violence gripping our beloved country in 2025, a crisis so dire it's been declared a national disaster. Emotional scars run deeper. 51% of women report some form of GBV, fueled by patriarchal norms and normalized dominance and silence survivors. In townships and rural areas alike, economic change, poverty, unemployment trap women in abusive homes, where a plea for help too often meets deaf ears or delayed justice. But this darkness engulfs our children too, the future we swore to protect in our Constitution. Over 26,000 cases of child abuse and neglect were reported in the 2024-25 financial year, with 58 children sexually assaulted every single day. 40% of all reported sexual crimes. Last year, in a small Eastern Cape village, a 9-year-old girl named Thandi walked 4 kilometers to school every morning, carrying her baby brother on her back so her mother could look for piecework. One afternoon, she didn't come home. Her teacher found her hours later, hiding under a desk, bleeding and shaking. Her stepfather had raped her while her mother was away. When Thandi cried, he told her, "If you tell anyone, I will kill your mother and burn this house with all of you inside." For weeks, she said nothing. She stopped eating. And that's exactly the power that Miss Africa spoke about. She wet the bed. She failed every test. Only when the teacher saw the bruises on her thighs did the truth spill out in tears. 1 in 5 children falls victim to sexual abuse from before adulthood, while 2 in 5 boys in school endure it, hidden behind classroom doors and family walls. 42% of...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you for your message. Now I'd like to call Councillor Debbie Williams-Moses. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Check mic 1 2 1 2. Right, thank you very much, Speaker. All protocols observed. It is so sad that we need to have women in leadership to elevate our voices on stages of Africa. Thank you to women leaders like Miss Africa that make sure to amplify our voices. On the 21st of November, we made history here in the city of Tshwane, where we gathered with women, men, and children on the lawns of the union buildings, where we took to the streets all over, wherever we were, in all of our different communities, countrywide, worldwide, where we stood in solidarity for a cause. We stood up and stood up for something. We made sure that the world take note of us. We made sure to amplify what Women for Change help us to ignite and activate in all of our communities. And in turn, it also created a ripple effect where the President made a declaration of the pandemic that we are currently facing. We also support movements like Thursdays in Black, not just today, but every day, every week, every year, because GBV is not just 16 days of activism, it is a 365 days movement and 366 days if it's a leap year. So we do not take things lightly, because we understand to stand up for a cause is not just for ourselves, but it is for the people that we speak up for. I come from a home where my mom taught me to speak up even if I speak up alone. I come from a home where my mom said to speak up even if I have tears in my eyes. And I come from a home where my mom said, even if nobody is speaking up, speak up and stand up, even if it means speaking up and standing up alone. With that being said, we wear red lips, not just as a makeup accessory, but to speak up on the issues of Red My Lips, where we don't just use our makeup to cover our bruises, but to elevate our plight of our women. We had a woman march here in the city of Tshwane, and Chief Pharaoh said, let's give them a shock factor, because GBVF is not pretty. GBVF is not to be taken lightly. GBVF should be in all of our faces, because we are the leaders that are left behind to pick up the pieces of the victims in our communities and to rebuild afterwards. So with that being said, ons Baizani. And if you didn't know, now you know.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I would like to call Alderwoman Mabusela to close the debate. That is the chairperson of the Women's Caucus, Multi-Caucus. Please close the debate for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me start by appreciating Miss Africa for having time to honor us today in this August House. Thank you so much. We value your time and we value everything that you have just shared with us. Speaker, Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors, officials, and the people of Tshwane, a very good morning. I rise today to this snap debate as we enter the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, a global campaign that South Africa has observed for 27 years. This year we do so under the powerful theme, Letsema, men, women, boys, girls, working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. A theme that reminds us that working together to end gender-based violence and femicide, a theme that reminds us that GBVF is not women's issue, it is not a private issue, it is not a political issue, it is a societal crisis, and every one of us has a role to play. Honorable Speaker, this debate does not happen in a vacuum. It comes at the heels of the national shutdown that took place on the 21st of November 2025, where thousands of women, men, and young people across the country took to the streets demanding safety, justice, and accountability. They were not marching for abstract rights. They were marching because South Africa are tired of burying women, and here in Tshwane, we too carry deep scars. Adding to the list of endless life that were lost in our country and in our city, it's a young woman from Hammanskraal. Councillor Rasosa has spoken about the two in Mamelodi. So Kaugelo Nunu from Hammanskraal also, his passing shook all of us. This year's theme is anchored in the positive masculinity dialogue, being hosted in the margins of the G20 ministerial meetings, building on a global commitment to end GBF. For too long, our efforts have been centered only on women and girls. But we now speak boldly. We cannot end GBF without transforming how boys and men understand power relations, respect, and accountability. Positive masculinity is not about policing men. It is about reclaiming a culture where men and boys become protectors, not perpetrators, partners, not predators. Honorable Speaker, GBVF has been declared a national crisis. Government continues to implement the Emergency Response Action Plan launched in 2019 and
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll now allow this time to ask my guests if they still want to continue to take part in the gallery. They can, in the council meeting, they can sit in the gallery. I'll allow you to leave the chamber, please. Amanda is right behind you to take you to the galleries. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Really appreciate. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting 30th October 2025 for approval. Approved? Honorable Councillors, I rule that we deal with the committee minutes later during the meeting when we consider the confidential reports emanating from the Office of the Speaker. Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 9(3) of Rules and Orders, the minutes. Okay. Where are we? Okay, we'll deal with the minutes when we get to the in-committee. Okay. Reports to Council by the Executive Mayor. Please, Executive Mayor, take the podium. Leader of the Executive.
Thank you very much. We request a 30 minutes caucus.
30 minutes caucus granted. You must be back at 11:45. Must be back at 11:45. Please ring the bell. Intsimbi mazikhale. Please ring the bells for the last time, please. Thank you very much, councillors. I'd like to acknowledge the Deputy Chief Whip of the opposition party. Over to you. Press one. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, we are asking for an extra 10-minute caucus.
Okay, 10 minutes is granted. Okay, councillors, can we proceed with our meeting, please? Henderson. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Can you ring the bell for the last time? Councillors, please take your seats. Councillors, can we start the meeting? Don't start your own meeting here in front of me. Go and sit down. Go and sit down. Don't start your own meeting. Councillors, please, can you take your seats? Councillors, DM, please assist me. Those who are in front of you. Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Marishane to give us a feedback?
Thank you very much, Speaker. For granting us an opportunity to have a 30-minute caucus. We have met, we have had a discussion, we have resolved. We are proposing that as per the rules and orders, rules and orders 8.2, we advance the following items in this order of priority. Item K2, item K1, item 13, and item 5. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then I will now call upon the Executive Mayor to table the reports. Yes, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The DA did have the opportunity to caucus, but in line with this recommendation or proposal that has been made that you didn't even put towards council for a decision, you just accepted it, we are asking for a 2-hour caucus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noted, okay. Councillor Ace, I haven't responded to Councillor Marishane. I don't know what you are saying, where are you taking from? I'm saying I was calling the Executive Mayor to table the reports. Then after that, I responded to what he is asking. I cannot respond whereas the reports are not tabled. Thank you so much. MMC?
as we observe the protest of the workers up there, we think that there's an attempt to take advantage of the EFF's early departure, and we want to send a message that we are part of this government, and people, if they are going to play those politics, we are not going to agree with that. If it comes to a push that we make other arrangements of not leaving, we will not leave. Because people can't play this kind of politics and abuse the point of orders, abuse also the caucus request, because they think that by the time a certain report arrives, EFF won't be there. Why don't you do it alone? Why do you want to rely on us? Why do you do that? Why are you becoming so childish, Jackie? Why do you do that?
Why are you using white girl privilege?
No, man.
Thank you, MMC. Can then, Councillor, can you please not respond, because you are not Councillor Jackie Hayes. Just stop it, Mzimande, please. Thank you very much. The Executive Mayor, is someone calling me? Thank you. Can the Executive Mayor table the reports, please? Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Let me greet you, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Chief Kekana and his entourage, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, and most importantly, Speaker, the residents of Tshwane whom we represent. Speaker, I'll try not to be too long, but I do have a few items that I would like to update Council on, especially the developments that happened over the month of November, Speaker. Speaker, before I do so, let me add my voice on the debate that happened earlier today, Speaker. As this executive, we welcome the classification of gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. This is something, Speaker, that is very close to our hearts, mostly because the city of Tshwane women and children are affected. Throughout the year, we have been sending condolences as this council because women were killed and children died at the hands of people who think they have entitlement to the bodies of women and children and to their lives. We want to commit, Speaker, as this executive, that we will ensure we contribute to the gazette that has been issued by the Minister of COGTA, and that we will submit the plan that we've been working on. But, Speaker, as the leaders of this council, we must know where the areas where we have pressure points. Because if we do not know where the problem is mostly at, Speaker, we're not going to resolve it. We have areas that we have outlined, Speaker, that we've plotted with SAPS, where most cases of GBVF happen. And those areas, Speaker, is the area of Red Hat, Temba, Acacia, and Mamelodi East. But we know this, Speaker, because in these areas we are fortunate that people report these incidents. It doesn't mean that these are the only areas that are affected. Hence, we are asking the leaders in this council to pay attention to the social ills that are happening in their communities and assist the communities and raise awareness on how to address these issues as they arise. But I thought it was important, Speaker. But also with the same vein, Speaker, our commitment to grow the economy of the city is something that is at the center of the causes of GBVF. that when you have women that are not empowered, it means those women do not have freedom to choose, because the same people that abuse them are the people that support their lives. And so as this council, we need to ensure we create more economic opportunities as we deal with the social factors, Speaker, so that we do not have these cases going up as they are now. But Speaker, 1st of December, it's World AIDS Day. As this council, or as the city, we established the Tshwane AIDS Council earlier this year. And the work that that committee does, Speaker, is very important in ensuring that we protect the women and children as well. So, Speaker, I thought, let me just add my voice into the debate that ensued here. Speaker, we want to congratulate South Africa for hosting a very successful G20. President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa represented us with style and grace. While others thought G20 is about policy writing and misunderstood what was happening at G20, we understand the significance of G20. And as this executive, we were part of preparing for a successful host of G20. In our city, we hosted the heads of states who slept in our city. There are delegations that came to visit embassies in our city. There was not even a single incident. Our TMPD showed up. Our service delivery departments showed up, Speaker. And we were leading as this city, even though the G20 was not hosted physically here. But the fact that the Union buildings looks the way it does, the fountains look the way it does, Koksester looks the way it does, it's because we wanted to put this country and this city on the map, and we definitely did so. So I want to congratulate ourselves. Speaker, there are developments that happened which I think are
Sorry, can I request you councillors on the foyer, can you move away, please? Because you are disturbing the meeting. Can you please assist me, Deputy Chief Whip, please? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, it's important that we put some information on a record to this council, because there's a lot that happened in this month, and people have been running around with misinformation about what is happening. So I'd like to take advantage of this platform, Speaker, to put facts to the table. Speaker, we had an unfortunate incident mid-October where there was a surge in the cases of typhoid. And when it happened, Speaker, it was concentrated in the areas of Bronkhorstspruit and Hammanskraal. Speaker, this is not something that we take lightly. In the past 2 years, there have been people who died of cholera in this city. So the wound is still very fresh, Speaker, for us to be reckless as this council. So we received, Speaker, the briefing from the different departments, including the Department of Health and the associated state-owned entities that have been working with us. We have put in place measures while we were waiting to find what is the source of this. There are those who lied and said that the cause is in the water system or the water supply of the city. Speaker, I can tell you now that we are doing everything we can to reduce the number of the infections. We are doing everything we can to reduce loss of life. Unfortunately, Speaker, there are 2 people that passed on, one in Region 3 and the other one in Region 7. But Speaker, the Department of Health has assured us that we've got this under control. But we continue to put the measures to ensure that we reduce the number of those who get infected. Speaker, just yesterday, CSIR published their report that the cause of typhoid is not in the city of Tshwane water supply. But it doesn't mean, Speaker, that we must relax. In fact, now we must be aggressive in finding out if it's not the city's water supply, where do people get affected? We are a responsible leadership, Speaker. We're not going to deny or detach ourselves like people have done with the cholera cases in the city. So, Speaker, I thought it was important that I put that on record. Speaker, in the gallery, there are workers that are protesting. Speaker, we received the outcomes of the bargaining council that we were part of as this city. As the executive speaker, one of the stakeholders that we met was the leaders of labor or organized labor. To those leaders, we said to them, and that was 12 months ago, we promised them leadership, and we promised that we will walk and work with the workers in unison. Doing so, Speaker, if you lead someone, you protect them. You take responsibility for them, and you take accountability. We are not about to break that promise, Speaker. We will continue to lead the workers of this city, the workers that have been contributing to the turnaround of this city in such a short space of time. We have made a promise, Speaker, when we met with them 12 months ago, that whatever the outcome, we will not appeal it. Speaker, we've been working with the workers throughout this year. We have received the outcome of the bargaining council. We are not appealing it. I don't care how many ultimatums you give. You can give how many ultimatums you want to give. We are not appealing that decision. But what we're going to do, Speaker, is to work with labor and make sure that we come up with a solution that makes sense for the workers and for this city. Speaker, the accusation that this administration is going to oversee the collapse of this city, it's unfounded. You know why? This is this administration that has brought a funded budget for the first time in 4 years. This is the administration, Speaker, that has saved this city over 700 million rand in interest with Eskom. This is the administration, Speaker, that has reduced the debt to Eskom by over 1.2 billion rand. Speaker, this is the administration that has overseen the creation of 75,000 jobs in the city. This is the administration that is known countrywide for making service delivery fashionable. You can't tell me that we can do all of these things to rebuild this city. This city was on its knees. We rebuilt it. Now, why would we break what we built ourselves? So, what I want to say, Speaker, is that we're not going to be threatened on how to lead our people. We're going to lead our people with the love and the heart that we've been leading them by. And there's no resident that is going to suffer because of the decisions. But the workers were treated unfairly. And I want to say, Speaker, should this thing be sorted in 2021 or 2023, it would have cost the city less than 500 million rand. But now it's triple that price. I want to put that on record. But we're not going to stop, Speaker. Speaker, I want to continue and say we made a promise. When we give at soccer...
Sorry, okay. Listen, councillors. The mayor is on the podium, tabling the reports. He's got the right to comment on her work and the executive that they are doing. So, Chonga, listen here. If you are going to start to make that such things, we are going to be in a tomb, Nanani, today. Allow me to be. I heard you, Chair. I heard you. Mtimote. Listen. Kanti why nithetha nonke Jackie? Allow me to give you an opportunity to raise your point of order. I didn't say I'm ignoring you, but can you control your people because I'm not talking to them? Then if you want me to address them, let me know, because I will address them. Councillors, can you please not assist me? Councillor S, can you be quiet? Let me speak. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Let me speak. Councillor Ace, can I speak? Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace, can you be quiet? The rules that you like the most are saying when the speaker speaks, you keep quiet. I'm asking you to keep quiet. I'm not going to keep on doing that then, Councillor Ace. I'm asking you to keep quiet and I'm not going to continue doing that. Wait, Chief Whip of Council. They are claiming that I didn't point them for their point of order. But the Chief Whip doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to keep quiet. Can you raise your point of order? But remember that the Executive Mayor is still on the podium. What is your point of order?
Speaker, sometimes if you don't fight and listen, I was saying that I cannot raise a point of order because all of our mics were disabled, which was a very bad look on you because it looks as if you were silencing half of this house.
Council,
I am raising
there
a point of information.
Listen. I just want to stop you there. No mics that have been stopped.
They were.
I only allow you to speak. I press here to allow you to speak.
It wasn't
and I
working.
said to you, keep quiet so that I can give you time to speak. You can't just press the mic. Listen, when you press the mic, you won't be able to speak until I allow you here.
Speaker, it didn't even make a light. They were dead.
A life of what?
It didn't make a light.
Okay.
They were dead.
Councillor Ace.
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of information.
Councillor Ace, allow me to speak first. So, councillors, please. Councillor Ace, if we work together and be disciplined, then you'll get what you want to ask. I'll give you time to speak. But I want to explain to you, none of you, all of here in the house, can speak unless I allow you here in front of me. So no one that I'm stopping here purposely so. But I will stop you if you don't stop speaking while I'm speaking. Raise your point of information.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a point of information to just help the Executive Mayor with some maths. It was 500 million in 2021. If it was granted then, it would have been 500 million in 2022, 500 million in 2023, 500 million in 2024, 500 million in 2025, 2 billion. So whether it was paid in 2021 or whether it is paid in 2025, it's the same amount of money. The city still cannot afford it. Maths remains maths.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Executive Mayor, please proceed. Thank you very much. Councillor Mtimud, your Chief Whip spoke and I allowed her to speak, so keep quiet. Thank you. Executive Mayor, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I think, Speaker, Speaker, I don't know if I can be heard.
You were elected.
Speaker, I forgot one point when I was tabling the capabilities and abilities and talents of this administration.
Hallelujah.
This multi-party coalition that has rebuilt the city of Tshwane. And that's the same administration, Speaker, that has collected 4 billion rand in October. Speaker, do you know that this city, Speaker, the success of this administration is starting to be...
Councillor, sorry, Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace. This is the last warning. This is the last warning. Stop what you are doing. Councillors, please. MMC Rambo, can you please ask this gentleman behind you to sit down? Thank you. Councillors, can we allow the executive mayor to finish to table the report? That is not going to change, no matter how howling we are doing. We are going to allow the executive mayor to finish to table the report. Over to you, executive mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. And I was saying, Speaker, you know, the success of this administration is now being felt, not only by residents, but also business who do business with the city of Tshwane. We have significantly improved the number of days in which we pay our service providers. There are people, Speaker, who do not understand what that means because they don't understand the transformational agenda of this country. Some of us do. That's why it's important. So, Speaker, I want to say during SOCA and during the budget speech, we made a promise that we're going to reduce reliance on outsourcing and contracted services, that where we know we have the ability, we will build our internal capacity. You would have seen, Speaker, that we have delivered 2 installations of horticultural equipment. Where in the past, this city would give NGOs and businesses a responsibility to cut grass, we don't do that here. This city is taking responsibility for the functions that we are obligated to perform in the Constitution. We are everywhere. It's not just everywhere, Speaker. The officials of the city are so excited that they have an opportunity to work for their salaries because they have leadership finally in the city. For the first time, when a Speaker, so we delivered in the past the horticultural equipment, while others maybe were not paying attention, Speaker. We delivered 2 jet patchers.
State of the art.
State of the art, when a Speaker. What normally takes an hour and 15 minutes to do, we only take 7 minutes. How do you like that, Speaker? Yes, Speaker. You know the way that is such a state of the art, Speaker. I even want to name those jet patchers in Kwazi. Speaker, we made a promise, and we want to keep to our promise to this council, that we will be disciplined in how we spend the monies of the residents. And building internal capacity help us to do that. But also responding to the officials that said we are ready to work. Please give us tools of trade, and we are doing that. Speaker, I'm nearing the end. We keep updating on our progress in implementing the economic revitalization strategy, Speaker. As this administration, we do not want to lead hungry people in this city. We don't want to lead poor people in this city. Hence, growing the economy of the city is not only an obligation we have, it has become an obsession of this administration. We have started, Speaker, to release strategic properties of the city. We are not selling them. We are not in the business of selling the assets of the people. What we have done is to release them on triple Ps as well as on long-term leases, and the private sector is responding. I thought it was important, Speaker, that I do mention that we have not abandoned the promise that we have made, that we will release the strategic assets so that they can work for the people of Tshwane and in turn generate revenue for the city of Tshwane. Speaker, yesterday for the first time the city hosted a market day where we empowered over 100 traders who came from various regions to be in Church Square to sell their produce and the products that they have. Speaker, each and every trader that was there said we must do that more often. It would be great, Speaker, to see more of the councillors supporting our traders when we congregate there. But Speaker, tomorrow we are in Hammanskraal and Mamelodi with the same concept and the same energy, and other regions will follow as well. But this is one, Speaker, one of the efforts that we are putting to ensure that our traders, the informal traders and the SMMEs, the township economy, is getting the attention that it deserves. So, Speaker, with those words, it is a pleasure for me to submit reports from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in Parts 1 and 2, as well as Annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, it is my pleasure to say the reports are submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor, Deputy Chief Whip.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Don't be surprised. The number 777 by nature, it's a symbol of spiritual growth, divine intervention, and luck, and strength for competence. So that's why from that side, the only thing you will get is distraction, because they are contrary to what is happening on this side. On a point of information, Speaker, because I would not sit here as a Deputy Chief Whip, it will be irresponsible of me. Normally when people are marching, we go outside to receive the memorandum. Now this time around, the internal stakeholder is here and they are raising issues. Councillors have been looking at the back without seeing what they are saying. But their important message they are saying to us, Silas Brink and his DA cartel must stop their racist attacks on the collective agreement on 3.5. That is the message they are bringing to us. So we take cognizance to their message.
We want to go
to councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Noted. How can you speak with noise? Wait for them to finish the noise. I noted you. I noted you. I'm just addressing them. Can you please, councillors, take your seats? Councillors, please take your seats. Councillors, please. When people are making noise, Councillor Ace, you don't address them. You wait for them to sit down. Then you address them. What was your hand? What were you standing for?
Speaker, I wanted to ask what Councillor Marishani was rising on because it wasn't on the agenda, it wasn't relevant. But I changed my mind because it is... Wait, Councillor Ace. Wait, Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace, wait a minute. Councillor, it's Councillor Pillay. Councillor Ace is... No, Councillor... Listen. Councillor Pillay. Councillor Pillay, Councillor Pillay, your Chief Whip is speaking. I don't know what are you saying. Your Chief Whip is speaking.
allow her to speak and be quiet.
I'm asking.
Councillors, thank you. Councillor Ace, what are you standing for?
Speaker, as I said, I decided to let it go because I'm fascinated by the fear that Councillor Brink holds in this House.
Councillor Makale.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We need to still continue to observe the rules. Section 2B, access to meetings in terms of the rules. Public access to meetings will be regulated by council policy and procedure, and it's in case, therefore, it says the policy doesn't allow public to participate in council meetings. And you have allowed them to participate in this council because you want to grandstand. You kept quiet, you didn't even say anything. They can do whatever that they want to do. But you must make sure that these rules are observed. And you keep him quiet.
Thank you very much. Okay, councillors. Okay, thank you so much. Can we then proceed with our meeting? I agree with the advancing of the reports that we start with item K2, K1, 13, and 5. Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I called for a caucus earlier on. You haven't ruled on that. You said you'll do so after the Mayor has tabled the reports. I need you to rule on my request for a caucus, please.
Okay, point of order.
We must consider this, that since we have started at 10 o'clock, we haven't even touched a single report. And but why are you guys such cowards? Why when you meet me on the passage you don't do those things? And then when we are here, because you are cowards. You must do those things. Come to me there. Tell me straight here.
Continue with your point of order, sir.
So I'm saying we must check if there's an issue of delaying this council deliberately, using points of orders, caucuses, and they must tell us if they don't want us to continue. We can agree and close the meeting and go home. Because we can't be here and be dragged to until 10 o'clock by people who have made sure that they don't want this thing to continue. We have other issues to attend to, and we have already presented that to the whip. And many times they even said their supreme leader is leaving at 1 or something, and everyone is doing that. So please, can they work with us? You are on opposition. We were on opposition. We were respecting you, respecting your government.
Thank you very much.
Respecting your government. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, the leader of the executive. The leader of the executive. Okay, noted, Deputy Chief Whip of the Opposition. I'm calling the leader of the executive now. Please, can you press? Okay.
Yeah, point of information, Speaker. When we were having a caucus that was requested earlier by Councillor Marishal, there was an extension of a caucus.
Yes, exactly.
By the political party that is led by Desmond Dube, who's now leading clientele and ADT, that it works better, ADT and everything. Then we are not going to be ruled by Desmond Tutu here. Desmond Dube and Lilian Dube about clientele. We are proceeding, Speaker. If the DA wants to abandon this meeting, they can go. We are proceeding with the meeting. They requested the caucus, we granted them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ace, you have said I didn't rule on what you were asking. I said to you, I'll rule after the executive mayor has tabled the report. And you don't give me a chance to do that. You just keep on shouting as if I forgot. I haven't forgotten. So what were you asking? How many minutes were you asking?
Speaker, my request is for a 2-hour caucus, please.
Wait, councillors. Wait, councillors. Wait, councillors, can I rule on this? Let me make it clear, Councillor Ace. I'm not going to grant you 2 hours. I'm not going to do that. If you want to take me to rules and exits, do so. I'm not going to grant you 2 hours. I can grant you 1 hour, not 2. Not 2 hours. I cannot do that. Councillor Ratukwana and Councillor William Moses. Councillor Ratukwana.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Muhle. We have a challenge, Speaker, because we feel that even 1 hour is excessive. Taking into account that it's now 12:51, and there is several apologies that were presented for early departure, which means it will affect the meeting. So people are playing politics. I was suggesting, Speaker, that we process urgent matters and then we can give them their caucus much later. We need to start working.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 6, which states the following. The Speaker or Chairperson of the committee, as the case may be, should, if requested by party whips, adjourn a meeting in order to afford members the opportunity to caucus, provided that the whip who requested the caucus should first address council or the committee before any other further discussion takes place. Speaker, based on this rule, the Democratic Alliance has every right to call for a caucus before those urgent matters are tabled before council, as we did not finish what we needed to discuss. And it is also going to pave the way on our approach to those reports going forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last 2 hands, then I make my ruling. William Moses. Then after that, the lead of the executive. Then please, I'll make a ruling after that. William Moses.
Check mic, right. So, Speaker, I just want to make everybody aware that while we were having our meetings in programming, all of us as executive leaders of the different political parties agreed to a certain extent that we will make sure that the program of the day will progress accordingly without the politics, because now I can see that the opposition is busy playing politics again. I'm not sure, is it because the leader of executive sent Deputy Chief Whip in, maybe the memo was not relayed accordingly, that this was decided, and why they are doing this in council, because they are playing for the cameras now again. We are not going to allow that. If you want to cause chaos, he so creates salons, chaos create. Because the people need to understand that it's you. You are the people that is causing us not to move.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Alderman Malulele.
Yeah, Speaker.
I'm coming to rule.
Speaker.
Councillor Ace. Yes, Councillor.
Don't give in to this unnecessary pressure. It's 12 o'clock now. We can adjourn for lunch. It's 1 o'clock. We can adjourn for lunch. If we resume, we are resuming online. We are going to proceed with this meeting, Speaker. Post this, we are resuming online. We are going to continue and finish the business of today, Speaker. That's how we must move.
Thank you very much. Yes, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. What is firstly important to note is that, Speaker, one of these urgent items was an item we received yesterday, and that is the reason why we need to caucus. Second of all, Speaker, the meeting can't go online. There are power outages in the city, and some of us, we live in rural areas where we don't have access to internet, and we don't have access to call IT. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me say it. Let me say it again. I am not giving you a 2 hours caucus. I'm not giving you a 2 hours caucus. That I'm not gonna do. Councillors, yes, just wait. Deputy Chief Whip and the MMC after that.
Speaker, just to drive the point home, in support of what the leader of governance business is saying, and the Deputy Chief Whip from the other side, she is indeed correct. There is power failures, people are flooding, we want to go and help the people, and at the same time multitask by being in the meeting online.
Yes.
We will survive.
Yeah.
So that is the decision we are taking, Speaker. Let's go to lunch. We will resume online when we come back and cancel forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you were saying, Chief Whip of the opposition. Sorry, Chief Whip. MMC.
No, I want to remind the councillors that there were many meetings that were taken online, including the appointment of the city manager. And when I remember I was at my house there, when I was trying to raise my voice, I was mute the whole time by the previous government of the DA. So this is not new. If there's a problem about online, you can go and stop it in court. Because you did that. You took serious decisions online. Why do you deprive us that right? You are not special, man. We are going online. Let's vote for online. Let's vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillors. Councillors. Yes, Councillor Mtimute, what are you standing on?
Speaker, I understand that this council is fully constituted with quorum. We are all here physically. So the need for an online meeting, Speaker, is an unknown need. There's no such need. We are already here. The meeting is already here. Can you just please, Speaker, I'm telling you, Speaker, I'm addressing you, Speaker. Yeah, Sila, we are here, all of us, Sipelele. So, study caucus, after caucus, Sibuya, Square, no meeting. Nandiji. As not data Rankua, as not network, Sifura meeting. Thank you, Speaker. Spelele Sila, Speaker. I regular Pambi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kandwai, what is your problem today? Do you really want me to deal with you? Okay, this is what is going to happen. Listen. This is what is going to happen. I'm not granting you 2 hours. I'm granting you 1 hour, and we don't have any online meeting. 1 hour, then we continue with the meeting. If you want to take lunch now, then include the hour, then we can do that. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, leader of the executive. Can you be quiet, please? Leader of the executive. I can't hear you, leader of the executive. I haven't granted you anything. Niapi, Salan Pans, sit down. I haven't said anything. No one is lowling here. Nimo lawlayo. Sit down, Councillor Makhaleni. Can we do this? Councillors. Councillor Makhaleni. The last time I checked, I'm the speaker. Then when I say sit down, you sit down. You sit down. I didn't grant anything. I said I will give you 1 hour, not 2. Sit down. Uthetha nalapho ungafunekanga uthethe khona. Okay, thank you very much. Can I, who is this? Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Where's the Chief Whip? Chief Whip. Chief Whip, can we have a small caucus, me and you? Nizandilinda namhlanje. Today nizandilinda. Thank you very much. And this is how we are going to do it. I'm going to grant the caucus. Then when we come back, we deal with item K2. We deal with item K2 immediately when we come back. We are granting the caucus, and the caucus of 1 hour. Now it's 7 minutes past 1. 7 minutes past 2, you are here. No extra 10 minutes, no extra 5 minutes. 2 minutes past 7, you are here. 7 minutes past 2, you are here. Then we give a feedback. We go to a report. You will go to lunch when I say so. So now you are taking a 1 hour caucus. Your caucus starts now. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, please take your seats. Thank you so much, councillors. Can we then resume our meeting? Can we all be seated, please? Councillor Ace, feedback. Councillors, please take your seats. Councillors on the stairs, can you please take your seats? Councillor Ratikwane, can you please take your seats with the people that you are standing with? Councillors, can I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? Councillors, councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Also, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to caucus. I think it is important that we realize that if reports are loaded as late as what this confidential report has been loaded, then we need to have the opportunity to properly study them and to ultimately then get to caucus positions. Albeit it is that you as the Speaker, even after discussed in whippery programming and 2 letters to yourself, is still considering to keep this report as a confidential report is very concerning to us, and that led to us receiving this report very late yesterday. Unfortunately, it does seem as if not all the report, not all the information from...
Just hold on, there is a point of...
Speaker, in terms of Rule 6, we are expecting feedback from caucus, not a point of debate.
That's what I'm giving.
No, you are debating reasons of
We are
the investigative report. No, speak to
We just
your
want feedback,
caucus.
then the meeting can proceed.
Your caucus was not about the debate and the delays.
You must get feedback without interruption.
Speaker, can I continue?
Continue with the feedback, please.
Thank you very much. Our caucus then found that there is quite a discrepancy of information between the actual investigative report and the body of the report that you provided for us.
Councillor Ace. Councillors, please, can you give a proper feedback? Then we get into the report.
I'm giving feedback from what my caucus discussed. So there's quite a discrepancy of information between the report and the body or...
Okay, there's a point of order. Point of order, Leader of the Executive.
Speaker, in terms of Rule 6, the DA went out to look at the reports. They've established that there are challenges with the report. They will engage when those reports are tabled. We can't entertain what they've picked up. It doesn't work like that. What is it that is before you? It's Rule 6, that are from a caucus, not the merits of the caucus and demerits of that caucus.
Thank you very much. What is the point of order, Councillor Erasmus? Noted, I'm coming. I'm coming to you. Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on a point of order, point 33.2. If information, new information has come to the report that was sent out yesterday very, very late, and we didn't have time in order to discuss it and to go over with the report, it's clearly that something is not right here.
Sorry, Councillor.
Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor. This is not for the first time we submit a confidential report late.
No, but Speaker,
this is not for the first time.
We have the right in order to go through with the information, in order to make sure when we make a decision, that the decision is correct and right according to what is right in the report. And if new information is,
Thank you very much.
provided,
Thank you
we
very
have
much,
the right in
Councillor
order to
Erasmus.
discuss it. First.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Erasmus.
Speaker.
I'm still addressing the point of order. I'm coming to you. Councillor Erasmus, when I ask you to stop, you stop. Because I told you that this is not the first time we deal with a confidential report. And every time when we have a confidential report, we don't send it days before the meeting. We don't do that. We never did that. So, thank you very much. Let me attend to another point of order. Yes, Councillor, point of order. Was it Councillor Ramabudu that raised? Who was raising the point of order? Okay, Councillor, go ahead. Don't speak, all of you. Who's calling for a point of order?
MMC Ramabon. No, Speaker.
MMC, go ahead.
I'm saying, Speaker, we spoke about this and we are going to the same problem that we've experienced earlier on. We spoke about the delaying tactics. And I don't know what is the goal or what are the other members that side wants to achieve. And it's very unfair for them to do what they are doing. We have given you options that are in line with the rules of this council. And one of the options was that we must just go online if people are not prepared. But also, there's an option to ask members who don't want to continue with this council to be taken outside. I mean, those people who are paying outside there, they are just getting salaries without any evaluation of checking if they are doing the work or what. We can exercise that now, because you can't have Leland Dube changing with Desmond Dube, disrupting the Benjamin or Desmond.
Thank you.
Disrupting the house. So I think no, Speaker. Don't allow them to engage on the report. They said they want to a report. They said they want to ask for a caucus. They went to a caucus, and then they must tell us what was the caucus all about. We move on. Why do you entertain them?
Speaker, I'm still on the floor.
Why do you entertain these Afrikaners here? For what? These Afrikaners, for what? Afrikaners? Huh? Why?
Thank you.
Racial insults now being made.
Yes, Chief Whip. Chief Whip, press and leave. Press it. I allow you to speak.
You are no longer Afrikaners, you are Amerikaners.
No, Speaker, thank you so much. I'm worried, Speaker, because the whips, they are the only one that are discussing this. We have discussed this matter in the WIPAR meeting and also in the programming meeting. Now is the time that you must take a direction. It's your chance, Speaker, to give you a directive to the council. We got more than 5 to 6 hours, Speaker, and there's no anything that we have done until now. So I'm pleading with you, the chair of this session, that let's have a way, and let's have a way forward, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The way forward, Chief Whip, is that we are continuing with the meeting, and we are on item K2, and then we are moving on. But what I want us to do is that, Councillor Ace, you mustn't give us the merits of your caucus. You mustn't do that, because we still have a report to discuss. So don't discuss the report on your feedback. Let's try to avoid that. Let us not discuss the report on your feedback. Just give us a feedback. If you agreed, you agreed. If you don't, you don't. Just say, give us that, not the merits of the report. But we are moving. We are going to attend K2. But what Councillor Erasmus, we are moving now. We are moving now. I'm not talking to you, Councillor Tennessee. I'm speaking to Councillor Erasmus. We are moving. Listen. We have spent more time. We don't have even one report. Why are we here if we can't discuss reports? To discuss what? Councillor Erasmus. Yes, what is it?
Speaker, once again, if information was given to the caucuses in time in order to discuss it and go through, then we would have sit here and discuss the report and get it done. But information is not given on time and it's not enough time for us to go through the report. And Speaker, they can howl and they can do whatever they want. We have the right in order to speak here in this council. We are here to represent the people out there, the residents of Tshwane. So Speaker, you do not have the right in order to take our voice away. We're calling the report forward. We have a speaker on the report already registered on the speaker list. Now we have to change our laptops and the speeches to get it out in order to make the speech. Now there's new information regarding this, the report. Now we have to change our speech because it's not in line with what is said in the report. So now you are taking our right away in order to make a speech and to represent our constituency in this council. And that is not right from your side.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus.
So we are calling for, according to Rules of Order 6A, we are calling for a caucus.
No,
this is our caucus and we have the right in order to call it. We're calling a 1 hour caucus.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Councillors, let's do this. I'm not granting any caucus. I am not granting any caucus. Can we then move on with the attempt, please? Honorable councillors, honorable councillors, Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Tennessee. Councillor Tennessee. The alderman doesn't behave the way you are doing. An alderman doesn't behave the way you are doing. The person that has a right to speak to me here is the chief whip, not you. Then keep quiet, Councillor Tennessee. Keep quiet, Councillor Tennessee. Councillor Tennessee, keep quiet. Councillor Erasmus.
Speaker, on another point of order, we have respected you with the rules that you've made before. And most of the caucuses in this council has called caucuses before. Months back, weeks back, and the Freedom Front Plus was the only caucus that do not call caucuses for no reason. Now we are calling a caucus in order to discuss it. And also we are respecting you as a speaker, as a person sitting there, as a councillor sitting there. I want you also to respect my councillors as the whip in order to respect them under what they are called. So it's not just Councillor Tennyson, it's Alderman Tennyson. So Speaker, please, I'm calling a caucus for 1 hour on Rule 6A, please.
let's agree on this. Let's agree on this. As much as the rules force me to grant a caucus, I'm not going to give you an hour. As much as the rules are forcing me to give you the caucus that you're asking. But listen, councillors. Listen, councillors. Listen, Councillor Erasmus. If we continue this way, you are going to force me to take this meeting online. Okay, councillors, please, councillors. I'm not abusing anyone here. Councillors, Councillor Erasmus, we spoke in the programming for the delaying of the meeting. Now the question is, you are asking for an hour after we are coming back from a caucus of an hour. And we haven't started anything. And you want a caucus of an hour. I'm not going to give you a caucus in an hour. I'm going to give you a caucus because the rules force me to do that. But I'm not going to give you an hour. I'm not going to do that. MMC Ramabud.
No, Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order or point of information. Speaker, why do you say for what? You want to speak alone here? Are you for what? Because of your color? You think you are special? Ah, yeah. You're bloody ugly. Yeah, you are ugly. With your behavior, you are ugly. He's not ugly.
Please, MMC, address me. Please.
Your eyes have a problem. So a point of order because I say you are ugly. If you are not ugly, why do you worry? Why? I agree you are beautiful. There's no problem. So why do you worry and you just rise and you are not ugly? Don't
MMC,
worry. I'm the one who says you are ugly.
MMC, can you please address me?
I'm rising on section 34 of a member who must only speak once. That member has spoken forever on the item that he's speaking on. Because that item of calling a caucus is an item for him. So please don't allow him to speak further because we can't be here and listening to one person. Since we've been here, it's 30 minutes now. We've been here at 2 o'clock. We are almost, it's an hour. We are listening to one person and you Speaker, when we advise that let's take a decision on what must happen with this meeting, you think that maybe we are not fair to you. The guys that don't want to continue with the meeting. The aim of these guys is to disrupt and to delay the meeting. Don't say, It's to do that. It's to do that. And you are allowing that. We want to leave ourselves, and that's what they want. You hear? That's what they want.
Thank you so much.
And we're asking you to help us, Speaker. Assist us. We have gave you a proposal. Why don't we vote for that proposal of online? We want to go for online. They don't want to continue with the meeting. You don't want to use the rules to take them out of council.
Thank you very much, MMC.
What must we do? You are frustrating us, my man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The leader of the executive.
Yeah, Speaker, we are being abused. We are being subjected to abuse. We started, then these people that are making noise said you must investigate the conduct of the deputy mayor. You used council money to conduct that investigation. The report went to your office. You had to apply your mind before you bring this office. They are peddling lies in the public. Desmond Dube here wants to give us instructions and ultimatums. Bring wants to shout instructions. From outside, he must rule from the grave. We can't allow that. They said they want the report. The report is here before us. We want to consider it. They are refusing. They are delaying us. Speaker, we are proposing that let's take this meeting online. Otherwise, this meeting is not going to proceed. Consider our proposal. We are also part of this council.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I request 5 minutes, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I meet with all party whips in the front?
the challenges of politics.
Thank you very much, councillors. We are continuing with our agenda. We'll see where it takes us. And we must also, councillors, please. Councillors, please. We have wasted a lot of time. We are continuing with our agenda. I've engaged with the chief whip and whips of other parties, and we agreed that we are continuing. The issue of online, it's not going to be an option for now, unless we are forced to go so. The FF Plus has asked for 1 hour caucus. They've asked for 1 hour caucus, and we are not granting them 1 hour caucus. they reduce it to 30 minutes, and I'm not granting the 30 minutes. I'm granting 20 minutes. 20 minutes, you are granted. Then when you come back, we go forward. Your 20 minutes starts now. You come at 22. Chair of Chairs, can you approach, please? Please ring the bell. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Councillor Erasmus, please give us a feedback.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we have went through the report with the time that we've been given. We understand there's some more issues that must be discussed. We understand we only got 20 minutes, and our speaker on the report will speak about it, and we will take it from there. Thank you very much, Speaker. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Let's then move on with our report. Honorable Councillors, before I table this report for consideration by the Council, I'd like to draw your attention to the following provision of the legislation, i.e. Section 15 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, and the Protection of Personal Information Act 2013. Section 15 of Code of Conduct of Councillors provide as follows. 15, breach of conduct of code. 2, a report in terms of Section 1C is open to public. While the Protection of the Personal Information Act, POPI Act, governs the law of data protection and privacy. Honorable Councillors, although the Section 15.2 read with Section 51 requires that the consideration of this report be opened for public, I, however, rule that the report be considered in committee in line with the provision of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, given the information contained in the report in compliance with POPI Act as well as Section 14 of Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Councillors, in light of the above explanation, I therefore rule that this report be considered in committee. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, as per my letters to you, your interpretation is completely wrong here. The reason why the Council Code of Conduct says that this should be in the open and the Poppy Act does not apply to councillors is because this is in the interest of the public. And in terms of the Council Code of Conduct 15 subsection 2, the DA will be treating this as an open report to the public, and we will be referring your decision to treat it as a confidential report to the MEC, as you yourself are in breach of the Council Code of Conduct, because the Code of Conduct clearly says that you should treat it as an open report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now request the public media service provider, traditional leaders and all officials except for the city manager, the group head, office of the speaker, group head, office of the chief whip and the secretariat to leave the council chamber and live stream on YouTube be stopped for the duration of the in-committee deliberations. This report is on page 4 to page 22, and people that has to speak here, it's Councillor Tennessee. It's Alderman Tennessee. You are waving. Thank you so much. As recommended. All right, we move to item 13. Item 13, yes. We are on item 13. Councillors, item 13, reference number 51946/1 TPC, Group Financial Services Department. Approval of guarantees facilities for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 956 to page 1056. And on this item, bear with me, councillors. Item 13, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC, Councillor Ace from the DA, Councillor Oloisane from the EFF, and Councillor Sargent from FF+. Councillor Buikanyo, your 3 minutes starts now. Please, operator, help me with the minutes. Councillor Buikanyo, start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The city secured short-term debt facilities from Absa Bank to strengthen its liquidity, to be at the firm.
Just hold on, just hold on. Okay, continue, sir.
Thank you. As I was saying, the city has secured a short-term debt facilities from Absa Bank to strengthen its liquidity, to be at the firm level, to meet cash flow projection as approved by Council on the 28th August 2025 as per Section 45 of the MFMA requirements. Speaker, to implement the Council approved 2025-2026 midterm revenue and expenditure program, which breaches operational and capital needs for the city, a guarantee facility to the amount of 200 million rands was applied for to fulfill the contractual agreement entered into with ESCOM. Also, Speaker, to empower the city to provide security for its debt obligations in accordance with Section 48 of the MFMA Act 56 of 2003. A council resolution is then required to obtain guarantee facilities with ABSA, which will reduce any risk, improve relations, and secure the contract obligation with ESCOM for the city. Having due regard, Speaker, the African National Congress approves the guarantee facility in the amount of 200 million as stipulated in the draft facility letter and the cession of cash agreements as security for the guarantee facility. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now I call Councillor Ace. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier today, we had to listen to bragging rights about 4 billion being collected. And it was conveniently forgotten that that includes money that now needs to be paid back to residents. And it was an early celebration. In that same vein, we now sit with the financial report in front of us, which has come to us for the second time since the first time we could not secure the guarantee facility. A couple of things that need to be highlighted here when it comes to the financial management, the same as with the fact that we can't count up that 5 times 400 million equals 2 billion. In that same vein, what this report cannot count up is 2 things. Number one is that the city of Tshwane has been using a guarantee facility for a couple of years, yet the cash security in this financial year has doubled the required cash facility, which means that this city's own bank does not trust us anymore with guarantees. That's why we need to bring the report back for a second time and why the cash security needed has now doubled. The second thing is that we only need to provide ESCOM with a guarantee of 24 million rand. Yet we are putting down a cash security with the bank of 40 million rand, and we are paying bank fees in order to raise that guarantee. This does not make any financial sense, and therefore the DA will be voting against this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Muloisan from the EFF?
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, the Mayoral Committee, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and members of the media. Speaker, this report on the approval of the 200 million short-term guarantee facility confronts us with the financial realities facing the city of Tshwane. We are dealing with operational pressures, ESCOM-related liabilities, and the need to remain legally compliant under the MFMA while protecting essential service delivery. This facility is not a luxury, no, it is optional. It is legally guided. It is a legally guided instrument to stabilize cash flow, protect service delivery, and ensure liquidity during periods of financial strain. The inclusion of a cession of municipal cash as security is a serious responsibility, and this report outlines clearly why the instrument is required for the 2025-2026 financial year, as already approved in the MTREF. The relevant departments have thoroughly assessed this facility and confirmed its necessity. It does carry financial risks, as all short-term facilities do, but those risks are managed. limited and far outweighed by the consequences of not approving it. Without it, the city's ability to meet critical short-term obligations would be compromised. This is not a long-term borrowing strategy. It is a temporary mechanism that assures continuity of operations while maintaining compliance with the strict regulatory framework of the MFMA. Transparency, oversight, and financial discipline are non-negotiable, and this report sets out those conditions clearly. The EFF supports this report because it enforces accountability, it ensures that public funds are safeguarded, essential services are not disrupted, and the city does not drift into unlawful financial conduct. The guarantee facility is tightly monitored, legally compliant, and aligned with responsible governance practices. The EFF supports it because it prevents the misuse of public funds and demands strict financial discipline, principles that lie at the heart of our movement's approach to governance. The EFF further supports this report because it protects municipal cash, which is public asset. Financial instruments of this nature must be used sparingly and strategically, never recklessly or to fund political gimmicks. This report provides the safeguard needed to prevent excessive risk exposure, ensuring that the city maintains operational stability and uphold.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Sargent from the FF+. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The figures in this application might be similar to when we received it earlier in the year. However, the circumstances of this municipality's finances have since changed. The Freedom Front Plus has 3 primary concerns. Firstly, how sure are we of our ability to repay this overdraft within 1 financial year, while we are already some ways through this current financial year? Does the delay in securing this overdraft influence our monthly repayment plan, considering the shorter repayment period? Secondly, the city's projected revenue must have taken a knock when the illegal cleansing levy was struck down in court. Can we still afford this overdraft? This is 800 million that has to be repaid, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, the City of Tshwane is now compelled to pay municipal workers their increases with back pay. Almost 2 billion rand on the city's expenditure extra. This overdraft was applied for on shaky ground to start with, but now, considering all the extra circumstances, proceeding with this loan is extremely risky. The Freedom Front Plus would like to see more solid assurances of repayment before ever supporting this overdraft. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, please minute the Freedom Front Plus's vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item. As recall, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think it's important that I respond to this nefarious attempt to undermine what we are doing. This report is not speaking about cleansing levy. Perhaps we must read thoroughly. It's not speaking about cleansing levy, and actually it's speaking about the resolution of council which was made on the 28th of August. And this concerns of ABSA is because of their new approach to dealing with short-term loans. So I want to read it here. Perhaps we'll get home educated today. It says, resolution that was signed by the mayor with all short-term documents signed by the accounting officer. ABSA had some reservation or concern, did not include in the approved council resolution dated 28 August the exact amount of the security required. A resolution pursuant to the section 48 subsection 3 that deals with the authorization of provision of securities by municipalities, and a resolution by council that approves the cession of the city's cash account held by the same ABSA as security for guarantees applied for. Maybe it makes sense. So we are not here to look for a loan. It's a cumulative process. After APSA responded to us. So we're responding to their concerns, not like we are bankrupt. The loan was granted by this council on the 28th of August. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Please switch off your mic for me, please. Thank you so much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Okay, the vote against as EDA has been recorded. Yes, Chief Whip of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As much as what the DA doesn't support this report, and I appreciate you noting it as such, this report needs a majority vote of this council in order to pass. So it can't just be a yes or no decision. Thank you.
So you are saying we must vote on it? Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, DM.
Speaker, can you guys go through the report? It's not a new report. And I stated the date several times, almost 4 times. So we can't vote on the same matter. You can say it doesn't matter, but perhaps let's go and align ourselves with the rules of council. It's on the 28th August 2025. Check your records, Speaker, and your team can advise you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That means the report was passed in August by this council. As I heard, wait, can I speak, Councillor Ace? Can I speak? As you alluded earlier on, DM, is that the ABSA Bank is only asking for the resolution of the council on this. And the amount, the resolution was taken. It's only the amount that this council must be able to. Why are you Teta, Sergeant? All right? Councillor Makhaleni, your hand is up, and noted, Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of the Constitution, when we deal with the matters of budget by law, in the respective of the particular municipality, it must get a majority of that particular concerned municipality. Therefore, we are advising that in that regard, you put the report to a vote so that you don't come back again after saying you don't have a proper resolution of council. So I wanted to bring you to section
The only thing that in this resolution that was not approved by council is the amount. Why you always speak when I speak?
Section 160, Speaker of the Constitution.
160?
Yes.
What it says? No,
subsection 2. The following functions may not be delegated by a municipality: the passing of law, the approval of a budget, the imposition of a rates and tax levies and duties, the raising of a loan. So all these matters, they need to get a 108 vote, Honorable Speaker. You can consult also with your own legal people that you have there. so that they can correct us. We are not being malicious, but we are trying to advise so that you get it correct. In as much as you want to forge ahead with that, but do it correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I noted, I'm coming to you. What I want you to understand is that the councillor, what the deputy mayor is saying here is that we agreed on the report in August. We took a resolution on the report, but the only thing that was left in that report is the amount that we need. And I think it will be fair, DM, if we agree on the amount. Then it leaves this council going to ABSA knowing that this 200 million is the resolution agreement of all councillors. I think it will be fair if we say on this 200 million, we are voting on the amount, not on the report. Executive Mayor, I'm coming, Councillor Erasmus. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask for 5 minutes so I can just check something with you in terms of the legislation and the facts, then in terms of the way forward. But I just want to repeat this, Speaker. We, as this council, approved this facility. The only difference between this year and last year is that ABSA introduced new processes in their own governance structures. And the main change was that you separate the two, the short-term facility and the guarantee facility. They were both approved, but in one resolution. What ABSA is saying, we get the one for 800 million. Now let's separate and have a separate resolution for the 200 million resolution, right? The second thing, Speaker, is that this money is a guarantee facility. It doesn't mean that it will all be used. The good thing about what we are including in the report is that the only project that we have identified, which is the project that should make all of us happy, is the energy project that TASES is undertaking by ESCOM. And that's the only project that we've already identified. Should we need to use the facility, we need to come back to Council, Speaker. I don't mind if we consider the 108 just to be safe, but I just wanted to put that on the record because, again, this intentional misinformation is not helping. So I just wanted to clarify that. If you can just give us 5 minutes, Speaker, so we can confer with you, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, okay. Can I take Councillor Erasmus? Then I'll grant you the 5 minutes. Councillor Erasmus.
Speaker, let's wait for the mayor to discuss.
Okay, thank you very much. 5 minutes is granted. Thank you very much. On the request of 5 minutes, we are adding another 5, so it's 10 minutes. Thank you. Ring the bell, please. Ring the bell. Let's all sit down. Let's all settle down. We are almost there. Can we all take our seats, please? Councillors, we are wasting time for not responding. Please take your seats. Councillors, can we be respectful, please? Take your seats. Honorable councillors, can you respect what I'm saying? Can you take your seats? Thank you very much. The executive mayor asked for 5 minutes, added 5 minutes to be 10. I'd like to go back to her. The executive mayor.
Thank you, Speaker, for granting the few minutes. Speaker, I think what is important is that we must just take the safest route here, so that we don't have to come back to council. There's no issue in terms of dividing the house, so we will vote on the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that response. Let's then, we have debated on the report, but the honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance to, with section 160B of the Constitution, a decision on the raising of loans by municipality must be taken by the council with supporting vote of the majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this. Yes, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. I need 10 minutes. We request 10 minutes caucus.
5 minutes.
Or you can make it 5, it's fine.
Is it 5 of 10?
5. We're just tying up.
5 minutes caucus. Ring the bell, please. Thank you. The 5 minutes. Can we take our seats, please? hlalani phansi. Thank you very much. Can we then proceed? I'll go back to the Deputy Chief Whip to give us a feedback as he requested 5 minutes, which it was long past. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thanks, Speaker. We have reflected on the issues that we want to. Unfortunately, we haven't as yet found each other. We want to propose that we park the current item and item 5. Then we proceed with others. We're not going to waste your time. We're even waiving on those reports. And then we'll come back to the 2 reports.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Both reports are packed, put away. We'll come back to them. Let's move with our agenda. We are on item part 1 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 5 November 2025. Item 1, reference number 94455/3. Group Property Department proposed lease of portion 43 Moy Plus 355 JR for filling station purposes. Then on this item, I've got Councillor Palwana from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Palwana from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Please press. Thank you. Go ahead. Please allocate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and welcome back. I waive.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor Peterson. Is it I or L-E-I Peterson? Yes, from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, one of the pillars of the city is to unlock economic growth, to stimulate local economic activity, support youth development, boost municipal finances, and activate underutilized municipal land. But it's vital to embrace responsibility and accountability towards achieving the goals of this pillar. The report lacks substantial information necessary.
Sorry, Councillor. Can I have order in the House, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
The report lacks substantial information necessary to make informed decision. 1988 JOS science report indicate that the area is dolomitic and developing a heavy structure without detailed geotechnical report quantifies a risk. Lack of essential feasibility studies. The report is not supported by traffic impact study, not conducted. The report proceeds without environmental assessment study, not conducted. Approval to get access to the site from two provincial roads, K71 and K103, is not yet approved. There is also discrepancies in rental valuation, which suggests that the city is not securing optimal value from its 1.7 hectares of prime commercial land. Above concerns are not mere formalities, but are essential to determine if the project is viable, safe, and legally permissible. Speaker, we want to propose recommendation that recommendation 4 be removed and be replaced by a following additional recommendation. Recommendation 20, that the lessee at their cost conduct geotechnical and geohydrological investigation to determine dolomite stability prior to development rights being approved. The application be approved depending on the formal approval of access from Gauteng Department of Road and Transport. That the city commission an independent valuation to ensure that market-related rental maximize revenue of the city. That application be approved depending on successful traffic impact study and also environment assessment study. Proposed by Councillor Peterson, seconded by Councillor N.P. Nokia. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Please switch on your mic, switch off your mic. Thank you. Proposal is that the recommendation 4 be removed and replaced by the following additional recommendation. Recommendation 20, that the lease at the cost conduct a geotechnical and geodrological investigation to determine dolomite stability prior to development right being approved. Recommendation 21, the application for proposed list to portion 43 Moy Plus 355 GR be approved depending on the formal approval of access from Gauteng Department of Road and Transport. Recommendation 22, that the city commission an independent valuation to ensure rental and market-related and maximize revenue for the city. Recommendations 23, the application for a proposed list to portion 43 Moy Plus 355 JR be approved depending on the successful traffic impact study and environmental assessment study. This is proposed by Councillor Isaac Peterson and seconded by Councillor Noriche. And as amended, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. Before we dispose of the item and vote on it, if I presume, Councillor Peter Meyer also has a speech, but not a recommendation. Can he finish his speech before we vote on it?
No, we don't do like that. We deal with the recommendation as it comes. Thank you so much. But he will still have time to speak. I'm not taking away the time, but I must still look at the recommendation. Thank you very much. We then divide the House. Okay, those who are against the recommendations. Those who are against. Who speak? Okay, those are for the recommendation. Please put your hands down. Those are for the recommendations. Thank you very much. Please raise your hands. Those who abstain. Those who are for the recommendations are 76. Those who are against 106, abstain 0. As recommended, let me allow Councillor Matlabane, EFF, your 3 minutes. Councillor Mashabane, waving. Councillor Malosi, waving. Councillor Mayor, FF Plus, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we as the Freedom Front Plus are fully in support of developments within Tshwane for obvious reasons such as job creation and increasing revenue through either rental or sale of properties with subsequent growth in revenue sources through increased taxable properties. With that said, the report before us lacks credibility, where our focus should be to maximize income through the letting or sale of properties. I just want to point out one inconsistency. On page 38, it states there is no lease agreement on the property, and the next paragraph says the property is leased as it currently is. Then on valuation, the current value of the property is 23 million, which equals 923,000 rand for a portion of the property under consideration if sold as is, without any business rights. However, valuation proposes a value of 500,000 rand if sold, almost half of the current value. Furthermore, valuation proposes a ridiculous amount of 4,200 monthly rental. Group Property moves in the right direction, proposing a 7,100 rental. This raises a serious question. Who determines values on behalf of the council? Do we suddenly now have two valuation departments? More crucial, however, is that the comments from the department, which surely carries the largest weight, which are just neglected, considering the recommendations made on this report. And that's a quote then from the comments from the Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. The report lacks the substantial information necessary to make an informed decision. The following should be noted. Ingress, egress to and from these roads must be assessed by GoTrans, and in the absence of a detailed site development plan, the provision of such facilities will be impossible to assess. In addition to this, the study is not supported by any traffic impact assessment. Other stations within a specific radius must be quantified in order to determine the impact. The establishment of a filling station is most likely a listed activity, which requires an environmental impact study. The scale and intensity of the development is not clear. It is therefore difficult to determine the application process to be followed. Lastly, the subject property is situated within an area prone to sinkhole formation and underlying dolomitic conditions. In the absence of any clarity on the issues, the development of the filling station on a part of the subject property is not supported, as mentioned by the department. We as Freedom Front Plus say we smell serious insider trading. We request that the report be withdrawn due to inconsistencies in the content of the report, unsubstantiated reasons for proposed land use, and lack of optimizing potential revenue with which the city can obtain. If not so, take no.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. MMC?
Speaker, if that is the last person to speak, I would like to close the report.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The community of Moy Plus, a large percentage of that population, they live in abject poverty. They don't have a lot of economic opportunities. In fact, the only economic opportunity that they have is scavenging in the dump sites. And that is not a life that any community should be subjected to, especially a community of a capital city like Tshwane. This report is not selling land of the city of Tshwane. This report is putting this property out to a lease, where the city will still own the property. But what it does, it gives the community of Moy Plus some level of hope of employment, that at least they can have dignified employment. I'm so saddened by the opposition that every chance we have of trying to uplift communities, we find technical problems. The report, and also what we must learn, Speaker, is that we must read the reports in totality. Don't pick sections that you feel like they are aligning with what you want to achieve. Read the whole document in totality so that you can make an informed view. And worst of all, the council and Ward 70 votes against this, knowing very well that there is a very poor community that lives off of the dump site. So this is an indictment on them. But for us as a government, it shows that we take serious all residents of Tshwane, and this is hope. And there will be many other reports coming from Group Property where we want to use our assets, our land, our buildings to help communities so that they can have economic opportunities like many have had before the dawn of democracy. So let us not allow ourselves to be derailed by people that don't want economic opportunities for the poor, but only think about all economic opportunities for themselves. They were in a hurry to approve property developments in the same region 4 that is Dolomitic, but there were no objections. When we want to build some sort of upliftment for communities in townships, there's all of a sudden concern of sinkholes and that the land is Dolomitic. When did you realize that the land was Dolomitic and could not be developed? When you are constantly approving developments in that area. And we know very well that with sinkholes, what you need to have is make sure that you deal with the infrastructure. You need to make sure that there are no leaks, because that area has survived for more than 60 years. The reason why sinkholes are happening now is because you failed to invest in the infrastructure. You failed to replace pipes in Littleton. That is why we have a problem of sinkholes, not because the land is dolomite. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The recommendation was approved. Let's then move to item 2. Reference number 9452536/42. Yes, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for your indulgence earlier on. We are now fine in terms of the consultations we were making. The Dinamite Ranex were fine. We can entertain those 2 reports.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then deal with item 2 because I've already started? Then we'll go back to the ones that we put away. Reference number 9452536/2. Group Property Department corrective report proposed notarial list of a portion of the remainder of portion 10 of the farm RDSPS Port 328 JR for oil refinery and storage. And this report is on page 39 to page 256. Recommendations are on page 55. I've got Councillor Tema, Councillor Kumako, Councillor Mashabela, Councillor Kutie, and Councillor Mayor in that sequence. Councillor Tema, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll be very summative on this one. I'm not going to be giraffe. And in fact, this is just a corrective report. It's a list of portion of remainder of portion 10 of farm RBS Port 328 JR, which was proposed through an unsolicited bid by Council Resolution 31st March 2022 to be rescinded and the list through an open market competitive bid process. The portion of the farm RTBS is strategically situated in the industrial site normally known as Wadlu. And obviously once the development is done on the property, a lot of job opportunities will be created, alleviating unemployment within the city. Obviously this is a really emphasis in the work of the current administration, really focusing on revitalizing economic opportunities and driving excellence in terms of investments. And in conclusion, as Speaker, the NC is in full support that Resolution 3 and 5 of Council Resolution dated 31st March 2022, proving that the unsolicited bid for the lease of portion of the remainder of portion 10 RTBS Port 328 GR measuring 20.2724 hectares be rescinded. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's call the next speaker, Councillor Kumago. Kumago DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I have listened carefully to the previous speaker, and while we all support development and economic activity in Tshwane, it is important that Council applies its mind to the full legal, financial, and environmental implication of this item. Speaker, the previous speaker focuses on the benefits, and we agree that development is welcome. But benefits alone do not remove our legislative obligations. This report concerns a 50-year lease involving refinery activities and fuel storage on municipal land. That means national legislation applies whether we mention it or not. The DA does not oppose development. We are ensuring that development is lawful, transparent, and safe. To correct the record, the report before Council omits several mandatory compliance steps that were clearly captured in the September 2025 version of this report. Public participation under FMA Section 33, environmental impact assessment requirements, hazard and risk assessment, contradiction in market valuation, treasury concerns. All of these were present earlier this year, and none have magically disappeared in law just because the November report leaves them out. For that reason, the DA tables the following sponsored recommendation: not to delay development, but to protect the city from illegality, litigation, and environmental risk. First, the Council must rescind the 2022 decision through an open competitive bidding process, the only legally defensible option. The tender must be advertised with a minimum annual rental of 592,000 per month, according to the Chief Financial Officer's market valuation. Any negotiation must remain within the city supply chain management policy. No lease may be signed until the successful bidder completes a full environmental impact with public hearings, provide a hazard and risk assessment, and obtain a water use license. Number 4, Group Legal must provide a PAJA compliance opinion before rescinding the 2022 resolution to prevent litigation. Number 5, because the procurement method is changing from unsolicited to competitive, a new public participation process is required under the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulation and Municipal Systems Act. Speaker, the DA is not blocking development. We are making development legal, safe, and financially sound. Approving this report without this sponsored recommendation would expose the city to avoidable environmental, financial, and administrative genders. The DA formally moved this.
Thank you very much. Can you collect the recommendations? The next speaker will be Councillor Mashabelo. The next one will be Councillor Putie. The next speaker will be Councillor Mayor. No, just wait for me to read the recommendations. The DA tabled the following sponsored recommendation: rescind the 2022 decision and run a transparent, open, competitive bidding process. 2, advertise the tender with a minimum rental of 592,000 per month, in line with the Chief Financial Officer's market valuation. 3, make the final lease conditions upon a full environmental impact assessment with public hearing, a hazard and a risk assessment, and water use license, all required under the NEMA. 4, obtain a written legal opinion confirming compliance with the Promotion of Administration Justice Act to prevent litigation arising from the rescinding of 2022 resolution. Undertake a new public participation process as required by the Municipality Assets Transfer Regulation and the Municipal Systems Act. Proposed by Councillor Cyril Kumako and seconded by Alderman Dana Vanderberg. As amended. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we are going to do the same exercise until we're done, if there is a need for that. On this one, let's have the same exercise. Those who are for the recommendations, please raise your hands. Please put your hands down. Those who are against, you may lower your hands. Do we have those who abstain? No. Can I have the results? Those who are for the recommendations are 76. Those who are against 109. Abstain 0. As recommended. Then I'll call Councillor Mayor. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. As per the previous item, we as the Freedom Front Plus support development in the city of Tshwane. However, can I have the floor, please?
Councillors, please allow the councillor to speak.
Can you please give me...
Councillors, allow the councillor to speak. Councillors, because you have waved, that doesn't mean everybody is waving. Allow the councillor to speak. Okay, what are you raising on, MMC Ramabudu? MMC Ramabudu, what are you raising on?
Yeah, but Speaker,
Can we not all speak?
I don't know what is the procedure. Maybe you can educate us. We have dealt with the report until we have exhausted the comments of the speakers to a point where we divide the House. And then after dividing the House, we have already taken a decision on this report. Now there's a speaker who wants to speak on the same report. It's for what? What will it change? Because the report is closed.
Councillor, the councillor is on the list to speak. Councillors.
Then we were supposed to allow him to speak before we can go to divide the House. Next time, let's not do that because he's speaking
the rules. The rules are say I must deal with the recommendation. I can't call the speakers when there is a recommendation. So I must allow the recommendation. Can you listen?
No,
Councillors.
Comrades.
Councillors.
Let's cool down, please.
The law says
Please,
I
please.
cannot.
It's fine. Can we continue and go to the next item? We want to go. We've been here. We are tired now. Please.
Councillor Mayor, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. My sincere concern is who initiated this report, specifically in determining the most suitable use of the property. Are we still dealing with the proposal originally submitted as an unsolicited bid by NH Oil and Gas and decided this is the only and ultimate use of the property? Because this is a violation of good town planning principles, but also a matter of putting the cart before the horses. Yes, we can decide to open the land for lease and ask for proposals, but only after then it can be decided which land use is the most appropriate for a property. And in this regard, it is crucial that the report lacks the comments from the Department of Economic Development and Spatial Planning. However, they are attached in Annex B, and I'm going to quote from them. They say this department is of the opinion that alternative properties should be investigated, which are located in Waldlu, 500 meters from this site. The alternative properties are easily accessible to major transport roads. The alternative properties measure approximately 16 hectares, equal to this property in extent, and are all owned by the municipality, and these properties are also vacant. The alternative properties will only require the following land development applications, namely consolidation of the properties and the consent use. It is therefore our comment based on the above mentioned that the proposed use cannot be accommodated on the subject site, and it is advised that the suggested alternative sites be investigated as they are better suited for a proposal of a fuel depot refinery. Now, Chair, we say to expedite development, surely these portions that are mentioned in Waldlu, they should rather be put out for tender for oil refinery, since it will reduce time for various land use applications, which can take up to 3 years to be approved. 3 years without any potential and so much needed income. Considering the above, the Freedom Front Plus will support the report with the following amended recommendations. Speaker, it is proposed that recommendation 1 remains as it is.
Councillor?
Yes?
The recommendations has been done.
No, I may make recommendations. Why not?
Why
am I not allowed to make recommendations?
The recommendation has been done and
No,
the
I can
report
make
has been
recommendations.
passed.
Speaker, point of order.
Thank you.
Speaker.
We are moving to item 13. We are moving to item 13. Okay. Okay, go ahead, give your recommendations.
Thank you, Speaker. That's fair. It is proposed that recommendation 1 remains as it is and that recommendations 2 to 16 be deleted and replaced by the following recommendations. Can you please just leave me? Thank you. Proposed recommendation 2, that the proposed portion of the remainder of portion 10 of the farm Hartebeespoort 328 JR measuring 20.2724 hectare in extent, as indicated in the sketch plan as Annex A, is not required to provide the minimum level of basic municipal services. Recommendation 3, that, can I please continue? What?
Okay, the point of order. Just hold on, Council. Point of order.
On what? Which rule? Can you quote the rule?
Your rule.
Which rule?
There was a report that was
listen here, listen.
That was on the table before.
Sorry, MMC. Sorry, MMC. If you keep on making that howling noise,
I'm not making.
I won't accept this recommendation because this is the point of order. You just listen.
On which rule?
Don't make noise.
I'm not making noise. I'm just asking.
Thank you so much.
Rule.
Go ahead, MMC.
No, don't worry, Speaker. I'm not intimidated by these people. I'm better than them with everything. All of them combined. There's nothing. Others are here just to look for jobs, to worship where Afrikaners there. So I'm not interested. So, Speaker, you said before that if there are recommendations that have already been tabled, you can't put a recommendation on top of a recommendation, right? Just correct me.
No, I said if there are amendments, there's a recommendation that you have put, you cannot amend the same recommendation until the recommendation is passed. Then if you want to amend the current recommendation, you must withdraw the first one.
So
then we can be able to look at the second one.
No problem.
Yeah.
They wait for a recommendation to be presented. We vote for recommendations, you take a decision. They just keep quiet. They wait for another speaker to speak. They come back again, they table recommendations. So they can do it 10 times if they want. That's how it works. No, I'm not talking to you. Are you a speaker? And the other issue, you need to protect us against those bullies there. We are not going to allow this, especially this one with beards.
Thank you very much.
This one who looks like a racist. He's not going to bully us here. He's been bullying us the whole day here. You allow him here.
MMC, thank you.
No, this AWB member can't be doing this thing to us.
MMC, thank you. Peter, Councillor Mayor, continue with the recommendation. The rules allows us to take the recommendations. Thank you. Go ahead, Peter Mayor, your time is almost finished. Press once.
Thank you, Speaker. These are totally different recommendations, so please, if you just listen. I'm not amending any recommendations. I was at recommendation 2. I'm at recommendation 3 now. That the lease of the proposed portion of the remainder of portion 10 of the farm Hartbeeshoek, etc., for a maximum of period of 50 years in terms of regulation 34(1)(b) of the municipal asset transfer regulations be approved. Then recommendation 4, that a notice of the lease will be given in terms of section 79(18) of the Local Government Ordinance 1939, Ordinance 17 of 1939. Should any objections to or representations in respect of the proposed lease be received, the proposed lease, together with such objections and or representations, will be submitted to the Council for consideration and a final decision. Should no objections and or representations be received,
The time is over. Submit your recommendations. Can we then move on to what is it now? I gave you 3 minutes and the 3 minutes is up. Submit the recommendations. Thank you very much. Let's then go to item 13. Henderson, come here. Thank you very much. The recommendations are read as follows. It is proposed that recommendation 1 remain as it is and that recommendation 2 to 16 be detected and replaced by the following recommendations. Recommendation 2, that the proposed portion of the remainder of portion 10 of the farm Hadesport 328 JR measuring 22724 in extent as indicated as figure XY FGVVWX in a sketch plan attached as Annexure A is not required to provide the minimum level of basic municipal services. Recommendation 3, that the lease of the proposed portion of remainder of portion 10 of the farm Hadesport 328 JR measure 22724 in extent as indicated as indicated figure XYFGVWX in the sketch plan attached Annexure A for a maximum period of 50 years in terms of regulations 34(1)B of the Municipal Assets Transfer Regulation be approved. And recommendation 4, that the notice of the lease will be given in terms of section 918 of the Local Government Ordinance 1939, Ordinance 17 of 1939 should be objective to or representative in respect of the proposed lease be received. The proposed lease, together with the such objection and or representation, will be submitted to the Council for consideration. And finally, decision should not objection and or representative be received. The process be proceeded within terms of the municipal approved land management policy. This is proposed by PWW Mayor and seconded by Councillor NC Pesco and as amended. Okay. We are going to vote again on this item. We are going to vote again. Those are for the amendment. Please lower your hands, those who are against. Those who are against the recommendations. You may lower your hands. Abstain. Yeah. Those are for 75, against 109, abstain 0, as recommended. We are moving to item 13. We are going back to item 13. We have already discussed item 13. Honorable Councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with section 1603, subsection B of the Constitution, a decision on the raising of loan by the municipality must be taken by the council with the supporting vote of majority of the council members. In our case, 108 councillors in case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this loan to the vote. For the purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the raising of loan to raise their hands.
This is a thank you letter to the Russian embassy. They've been asking and have been delaying, so the letter is ready.
You may lower your hands, please. Councillors, the approval of this loan has now been passed with councillors in favour thereof. The result is 109 of the councillors, which we need 108. Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. I please would like to note that the Freedom Front Plus has a dissenting vote on this item. Thank you. All members.
Noted. The Secretariat has noted. Then let's, yes, Council.
Hey, Speaker, I have once said that when you look at, don't only look at the white there, you must also look at us. We've been raising our hand for a very long time, and it's unfair that we are going to raise and call, but you are not recognizing us. It's cold here, Speaker. We've been saying it's cold. Siyakotola apha, Speaker. How?
But ayikho le nto uyithethayo uba ndijonga abantu abamhlophe. Suthetha ubuvuvu apha. Can you please attend the fan, please? Can I be assistant with the fan? Thank you very much. Let's move to item 5. Reference. You were here on when we arrived. We said we are advancing 4 items. That's where I am now. Reference number 7582/2, Economic Development and Special Planning Department. Report to Mayoral Committee to the approval of informal trading and township economic bylaw 2025 that went through the public participation process. This report is on page 4 to page 284. Recommendations are on page 30. On this item, I've got Councillor Masina from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Wave. Councillor Mtimunye from DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the DA-led coalition began reviewing and updating this bylaw in 2022. This process aimed to create an efficient mechanism to regulate informal trade in the city in a way that balances the need for traders to make a living on one hand and the city's requirement to maintain a clean and well-managed city for residents on the other hand. When done correctly, informal trading, markets, and township economies are a win-win for both traders and the governing authority. They create a symbiotic relationship that is reminiscent of how a classical market economy works, where traders meet at a simple market town to trade their wares and the fruits of their labor. In this case, the role of the government is just to facilitate trade and enforce market fairness. But the DA welcomes this bylaw, Speaker. We also welcome the change that has been made in section 9.6. In the last month, this law read that the trading is only left for South Africans and foreign nationals are banned from trading. We are happy to see that the administration has walked back on this, and it has changed the section to read that preferential allocation of limited spaces to South Africans as per section 9.2 of the Constitution. We support this change. While we also support the effort to regulate trading in the city, there are some deficiencies in this bylaw. The first one is that the appeal mechanism that's in this bylaw is way too long. It is deficient. If it takes 6 weeks for a trader to appeal when their stall is closed, 6 weeks is too long for someone who trades in informal food. What will a mother tell their children when there's no food on the table because the municipality closed their store and can only open it after 6 weeks? Will they get compensated for their losses if it's proven that the enforcement actions were incorrect and done for TV, as the mayor always does these days? Second, this same city is struggling with bylaw enforcement as it is. And instead, it should have been focusing on demarcating what are the right and lawful areas to trade so that we can execute enforcement better. There should be a clear map of designated trading informal areas to give certainty to residents, business and law enforcement about where you're allowed to trade and where you're not allowed to trade. So while we support this, we will change this in post-2026. We will provide a streamlined application and appeal mechanism. We'll be clear how do you apply and how do you appeal if things are denied. We'll provide designated areas for people to know where to trade and how to trade lawfully in this city. In post-2026, the DA will amend this bylaw to make it more friendly to traders, to make it more friendly to people who want to do business, and not for the mayor to take pictures of her closing stalls, which will anyway open the next day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, is Councillor Tibagwana from the EFF. Councillor Matabate from Action SA. Councillor Chubet from FF Plus. Press Council.
Mr. Speaker, monitoring and enforcing compliance with the new informal trading and township economy bylaw will typically involve a combination of administrative systems, on-the-ground enforcement and community engagement. All informal traders need to register and obtain permits. This creates a centralized record for monitoring. The use of online systems or mobile apps will permit applications and renewals to improve transparency and reduce corruption. Municipal inspectors will have to conduct routine checks to verify permits. We also need to emphasize that vendors need to take accountability and clean up their area. The city is spending a lot of money on cleaning up various areas in the city of Tshwane. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about the content of the report, which stipulates that fellow councillors are trying to assist and facilitate residents with mining rights. This is completely overreaching. If the city of Tshwane attempts to approve or renew mining rights, this will indeed be overreaching and legally problematic. The informal sector in Gauteng is one of the strongest booming economies. We as the Freedom Front Plus feel strongly that we should enable and support the department with their efforts. However, there are concerns with regards to the explicit constitutional rights of Section 22 and 25. Also, the financial implications is a bit understated, as enforcement will require a bigger budget for the TMPD, administrative positions, and awareness campaigns. So we as the Freedom Front Plus don't object to the report.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillors, can you stop the meeting that you're having there, please? Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item. Honorable Councillors, it should be noted that according to with Section 160, 3 subsection B of the Constitution, a decision on the approval of the bylaw by a municipality must be taken by the council with a supporting vote of the majority of council members, at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject this approval of this bylaw to the vote. For purpose of this voting process, I am requesting the councillors who support the bylaw to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Those who are for the bylaw, or for. No, not yet. No, I need to. Why is not signing doing
We want to take the acting as leader. The leader that we are waiting.
Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. This bylaw has been passed by 184 votes. As recommended? Thank you. MMC Ramabul.
Speaker, earlier on we indicated that we will leave at around 1 o'clock, but because we want the work of council to continue, we stayed until this time. So we want to leave now and we want to wish you a happy New Year, Merry Christmas. Enjoy yourself, take care of yourself, and stop abusing women and children, and pay your workers, particularly yourself, Afrikaners. Thanks.
Thank you. Before you leave, let me say the recess will start tomorrow until the 9th of January. Thank you. Then let's proceed with the, Executive Mayor. Okay, please, if you are leaving or if you are, please sit down. The Executive Mayor wants to speak before you leave. It will be important that you hear what she says. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I'm very mindful of time, but also that there are reports here that we were keen to have a full-blown council debate on them because it's the first time such reports come to council. And at this stage, Speaker, I would like to defer 4 reports to the next council meeting, which will be in January. And that is item 9, 10, 11, and 12. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can we then, I think the members of the EFF are released as we have requested to leave. Yes, Councillor Makhaleni.
I want to check with the Executive Mayor. People of EFF.
Please leave the house with peace, please.
I want to check, Speaker, with the Executive Mayor, if she could not maybe apply 13.5 to withdraw the reports instead of deferring them, because I'm not sure, but you will guide me. If she defers them, it means we will have a continuation meeting. But if they get retracted by her, it means they can be resubmitted for a new meeting. Unless my understanding is wrong, let me get guidance. She can withdraw them in terms of section 13.5, then you don't have to have a continuation meeting in that regard. Then we have a seamless process of having one meeting. We are here to help, Agir.
Thank you very much. I think the very same rule, which is 13.5, it also allows the withdrawal and the deferral. So the mayor is deferring the reports. When you say we'll have a continuation, it's like that. Because even, okay, all right. Okay, let me not speak for you as if you are not here. Go ahead, Executive Mayor.
You know, Speaker, sometimes we must not be selfish. You see, Makhaleng, we want him as the mayoral candidate. And if this point is going to help elevate his campaign, I need to help. I am withdrawing, Speaker. I will resubmit in January.
Thank you very much. Then that means, councillors, we are only left. Okay, thank you. We are only left with 5 reports, then we go home. the chair of chairs and the chairpersons agreed that we move the section 79 to the next meeting. So after these 5 reports, we are going home. Thank you very much. Item 3, reference number 06539/1, Office of the Chief Whip, report on councillor safety, protection and wellness policy. This report is on page 257 to 298. The recommendations are on 266. On this item, I've got Councillor Mabulawa from ANC, Councillor Bilson and Councillor Sinona and Councillor De Bruyn from that sequence, please. Councillor Mabolawa. Hey, Mabulawa. Your 3 minutes starts now. Wave. Councillor Bilson.
Speaker, Chief Whip, Honourable Councillors, today we table a policy rooted in the lived reality of the people who serve the most immediate point of government, councillors. The Councillors' Safety, Protection and Wellness Policy is the result of years of work, reflection and honest acknowledgement of the pressure placed on public representations. This journey began in 2017 under the leadership of the late Alderman Christy van der Heever, who was then the Chief Whip. He recognized early that councillors face unique risks, emotional strain, expectations that are often unseen by the public. His vision set the process in motion that today we honour his contribution as we complete his work he started. Over the years, many councillors from across political parties served on the wellness ambassadors. The participation demonstrated that wellness and safety are no matters for political rivalry. They are human matters that affect all of us equally. Throughout these changes, one person remained constant, Geraldine from the Office of the Chief Whip. Her institutional memory, consistency and dedication ensured that this work never stalled. Even as councillors changed, leadership shifted and administration environments evolved. COVID-19 further reshaped the reality councillors face daily. It changed how communities interact with us, increased emotional pressure and shifted the risk profile for public representatives. The lessons are reflected in the public policy before Council today. Colleagues, this policy formalized key principles. 1. Councillors are the most visible face of local government. We absorb communities' frustration and carry communities' hope. 2. Protecting councillors protects communities. A councillor under threat or emotional strain cannot serve effectively. 3. Safety, protection and wellness requires structured and professional framework. This policy established that framework, including threat assessment, emergency procedures, protection support and access to emotional and psychological assistance. Importantly, this is not a static document. It continues to evolve, as it should, because we work with people and people change. As Kofi Annan once said, you are never too young to lead and never too old to learn. The policy embraced the spirits in continuous growth, adapted in learning to serve to our residents.
Thank you very much. Councillor Snowfall is not here. Councillor De Bruyn from Action SA. Wave. As recommended. Item 4, reference number 01783/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department, Comprehensive Rural Development Plan. Strategy and Implementation Plan Public Participation Meeting Feedback. This report is on page 299 to page 853. Recommendations are on 312. On this item, I've got Councillor Majeke from the ANC. Wave. Councillor Breitenberg, Chi, from DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Today we support a report that speaks directly to the future of the city's ignored regions, including our rural and agricultural communities in regions 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. These communities have lived in poverty as real, as painful, as limiting as anything found in other poor areas in Tshwane. We hope that this government will implement the policy and treat all poor areas the same. The truth is, some of the deepest poverty in Tshwane exists in our rural areas, where services are scarce, opportunities are minimal, and infrastructure never existed in the first place. These rural areas have dispersed poverty and with no infrastructure and spatial abandonment. And that is exactly why the comprehensive rural development plan matters. Speaker, the feedback from the public participation is clear. Residents in our rural areas also want economic opportunity, agricultural support, dignity, improved services, and protection from land invasions that undermine lawful development. They want a government that is present and not a government that only arrives during election seasons. This is where leadership matters. This is where good governance matters. This is where D8 makes a difference, because where we govern well, and we govern everywhere, urban and rural, township and farm, inner city and outer boundaries. The plan that the DA initiated aligns with our strategic priorities, building a business-friendly city, protecting the natural environment, supporting the vulnerable, and creating vibrant, healthy communities. It is grounded in evidence, policy, coherence, and interdepartmental coordination, these qualities that the DA insists on. But let me be clear, approving this plan is not the end, it's the beginning. We must still secure land for small-scale farming, we must still formalize infrastructure standards and rural nodes, and we invest wisely in sustainability. We must still partner across borders and departments and look at progressing tourism, rural enterprise and job creations. We must still find the solutions for Tshwane traditional leaders and their voters. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor T. Mahlangu.
How are you feeling?
Councillor N. Pesco, FF Plus.
I'll let you two aspects out. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to transfer my speech to Councillor van Rensburg.
Honourable Speaker, we are asked today to endorse the City Draft Comprehensive Rural Development Plan. On paper, it promises integration of the rural communities, protection of agricultural land, and infrastructure upgrades. But colleagues, let's be clear. This plan is not MFMA compliant, and therefore not lawful to adopt in its current form. Where MFMA is ignored, Section 21A, no alignment with the annual budget or IDP cycle. Section 53, no service delivery or budget implementation attached. Section 17(2)(d), no measurable performance objectives. Section 18(1), infrastructure proposals without confirmed revenue sources. An unfunded mandate. Section 29(1), urgent expenditure proposed without an adjustment budget or council resolution. We cannot allow notable intentions to override fiscal discipline. Rural communities deserve development that is lawful, funded, deliverable, not empty promises that collapse under audit. The Freedom Front Plus position is a costed implementation framework with funding sources and timelines, alignment with IDP and SDBIP before consultation, a legal and financial compliance report to Council prior to approval of this report. We therefore recommend that this report be withdrawn due to the following. No list of meetings, dates, minutes was part of the report. No attendance registered was part of the report. No detailed recommendation from any meetings held with the community. This is proposed by Councillor N. Pascoe and seconded by myself. Speaker, we cannot and will not approve this report as is, and therefore we recommend that either it be referred back or the recommendations be put to vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Ace.
Speaker, can I just have a 5-minute caucus, please?
Can we do what?
A 5-minute caucus, please.
5 minutes caucus on this report?
Yes, on the recommendations.
Okay, 5 minutes. Granted. Abanye abantu babhala Thank you very much. The 5 minutes is over. Councillor Ace.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I was just consulting with the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip. This matter was raised in programming and in whippery that there's pages missing from this report. There was a commitment made that the pages will be added onto the report before now. The pages is still not on there, which is where the Freedom Fund's concern comes about. So I made the proposal that the report be withdrawn and retabled, but of course that's up to the Executive Mayor. If that is not a possibility, then we'll have to consider the recommendations on the floor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Executive Mayor, any consideration?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, the whip of the opposition did raise the issue, and it is quite unfortunate, Speaker, that an administrative oversight is costing us an opportunity to make a decision on such an important matter. But it's always our commitment, Speaker, that we are transparent to Council so that Council can make a decision. So would like to withdraw the report, Speaker. And there's another matter that has now been raised, Speaker, in terms of the section in the report, the last report we were supposed to consider, which is item 6, Speaker. And I do believe, Speaker, it doesn't look like we are being productive, but I would like to bring back both those reports in the January Council. I would like to withdraw item 6 as well, Speaker. Thank you.
So item 4 and 6 is withdrawn. We'll come back next council meeting, which is in January. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Then that leaves us with 2 items. You can sit down, please, so that we continue. Reference number 41126/1, Group Property Department proposed ratification of deeds of sale and subsequent transfer of parts of street reserves located adjacent to ERF 881 in Constantia Park. This report is on page 328 to 387. Recommendations are on 336. Then on this item, I've got 2 speakers, Councillor Tsiane and Councillor Rasweswe. Rasweswe is not here. Councillor Tsiane? Waive. As recommended? Item 8, reference number 86321/1, Group Property Department, proposed ratification of existing sale transaction and subsequently transfer of ERF3 Sterrenweg. This report is in 388 to 423. Recommendations are on 396. On this item, I've got Councillor Sikel, ANC, waive. Let me quickly go somewhere. Just a little bit patience with me. Okay. Honorable Councillors, I have received questions from the following councillors, and in terms of Section 10(1)(b) of Rules and Orders, and these questions were referred to the Executive Mayor for response. Alderman U.G. Tennessee, Councillor J. Ace, S.K. Kumako, K.G. Makaleng, P.W. Van Hayden, S. Dilaray, C. Bilson, F. Kabusiele, R. Ace, M. S. Nklapo, M. I. de Klerk, G. P. Visser, D. J. J. van der Spey, and Alderwoman D. Silowa. All the questions were referred to the Executive Mayor for response. Honorable Councillors, any petitions? Can we please collect the petitions? Yeah, what is the point of information?
Speaker, we just want to make sure that the annexures has been deferred or withdrawn for the next council meeting.
Hey, tiredness is tiring me. Executive Mayor, withdrawn. They will deal them in next meeting. Thank you so much. Can I be given those? Can you collect the petitions, please? Just read the heading. Just tell us the heading of the petition. Then you submit it.
Thank you, Speaker. These are two petitions. One is for the objections from the community of Danville 5 regarding RFJ 599. The other one is regarding, it's a petition to publish a supplementary valuation roll for this affected community.
Thank you. Can you please raise them so that they can see you? Yeah. Collect the one that has been already submitted. And can the next person come closer to the person and collect, then he can or she can read the heading. Hadi, where did you correct that one? Can you?
Thank you, Chair. Petition to reinstate security at Klapperkop Reservoir.
Thank you. The next one.
Thank you, Speaker. The two petitioners from Ward 92. The first one is tree pruning to prevent power failure. The second one is secure provision of street lights. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Speaker. Two petitions for Ward 83. One is for traffic safety interventions at the corner of Roslyn and January Maselela Avenue in Waterkloof Glen. The second one is petition to replace missing traffic lights and traffic signals in Ward 83. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else that I didn't call?
Ward 60, potholes.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Thank you, Speaker. It's a petition, Olivenhout Bosch, illegal structures, Ikati, Samrand Road.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, is there anyone that I left? Okay, thank you so much. Make sure that you submit. Is there anyone else there? Okay, your hand. Please press.
Petition from Extension 2, Soshanguve South, on formalization.
Thank you so much. Is that all? Thank you. Yes?
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah. I've got a problem with how this petition works. I've realized that the DA have been putting petitions in my ward without even consulting me. And I'm expected to appear in the petition committee, Speaker. It's not fair that they will go and campaign using their DA caucus in my ward. As a ward councillor, DA Speaker, I must be consulted on each and every petition that has been applied in Ward 60. So it's wrong that I'm going to sit here and come to a petition committee and entertain something that is not even there. They are lying to my residents, these people, and I need to put it on record that the DA have to stop lying to my residents, using the petitions to campaign. It's wrong, Speaker. We need to come up with a way that we can stop DA from doing petition in Ward 60. And each and every petition, I have to come in and present a petition that I'm not even aware of. On the petitions, it shows that is the ward councillor aware of this petition or not? And I'm not aware. They must be rejected. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think thank you. I think we've got a committee that deals with petitions, and I think kanimeni man. Yes, the knowledge yenu and can I say, Councillor, to you? Councillor, can I respond to the council? Councillor, may I say to you, I hear you and loud and clear, but I think we've got a committee that deals with petitions, and I think such issues can be raised there and addressed there. Then it comes to the council from the committee, then the council will decide then. But now, I would like to say, can you please raise it in that committee? Thank you so much. Councillor Makalen.
Speaker, in terms of the rules, it's just that I don't have the Structures Act with me, where it also speaks of the responsibility of the Speaker. I think it's Section 37, if I'm not mistaken. Then when you take it together with Section 16 of the petition, a petition may be submitted by a member in course of a council meeting, and he or she may mention or divulge the content, may not divulge except to state the subject of the petition. So when you take it together with that in terms of your responsibility as the Speaker, this is active citizenry. It doesn't have to do anything with the ward councillor. And also, number two, what needs to be noted is that the petitioners can themselves, without the assistance of any councillor, community members can submit, because they don't need us. They are the one actually who voted us. So it is the law.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We need to take him for induction. Re-induction.
Okay, thank you. Hence, I'm saying to the councillor, hence I'm saying there is a committee that deals with petition. Councillor, please, we cannot address this here. Please, next, councillors. Councillor, can we please attend this to the committee? The committee reports to the Speaker. Can this come to my office in an official way? We cannot bring it here. We cannot discuss it here. Make it official to my office, to the committee. We will attend to it. Can we not speak, debate this, Councillor? We've been submitting petitions in this council ever since. So we will discuss this in a committee, and when you raise it official to my office, then we will deal with it. We will look at it and see how it works. then we'll respond back to you. Then if there is a need for the council to debate it, then we do it. But Councillor, please, can you stop speaking when I'm speaking? So, please, Councillor, can we move on now? And we want to go home. Bring it to my office. Let's make it official. Thank you so much. Honorable councillors, I thank you for your valuable input. During this meeting, please be reminded that the council recess starts tomorrow until the 9th of January 2026. I trust that you will rest well, travel safe, and that you I have attended the meeting. Thank you so much. Enjoy your Christmas. This meeting is concluded. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Hey, you drag that one out there.